We are now live. Good, we're now live. Right, good evening, members. We have a full agenda this evening, so we'll move straight on. So welcome to this meeting, which, as you know, is broadcast live via YouTube, and the record is archived for 12 months. I'm going to follow the same procedure and practices put in place for previous council meetings, and hopefully the meeting will end at a reasonable time. So once again, I do ask you for your goodwill and cooperation in keeping your contributions concise and to the point. With regard to questions under Standing Order 8, I expect them to be put succinctly and without preamble, and I would ask that the answers are also as succinct as they can be. I will allow supplementary questions, but this is not to be used as an opportunity to make a statement. Moving on then to agenda item 1, Chief Executive, do you have any apologies, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. No, we have no apologies for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving then on to item 2, council minutes from our previous meeting held on the 3rd of February, pages 9 to 18 of your minute book. Is there a seconder for that, please? Somebody like to wave?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Courts. Are there any speakers? No. Right, we'll take that as carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 3 then, which is declarations of pecuniary or conflicting interests from members. Councillor Makovich, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My usual one is as director of AMPA Associates Limited, who occasionally do work procured by the Solihull procurement team. And just for complete transparency, a few years ago, we had a contract for environmental ecological monitoring at Birmingham Airport. Not that I personally took any part in that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations of interest, please? Who's that at the top? Councillor Adeyemo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to mention that my employer is one of the insurers on the HS2 project. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Adeyemo. I don't see any others. No, thank you for that, members.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes? Councillor Richards. Councillor Richards.
Yeah. Need to declare an interest in items 15 and 17 Birmingham Airport as a non-executive director. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Richards. We move on then to agenda item 5, which is Mayor's announcements. Well, I don't particularly have any announcements, just to say how nice it is to see you all. And hopefully, if all goes according to plan, we might be meeting up by about May or June of this year. But fingers crossed, and provided we all do what we're told, we'll get there.
Apologies for interrupting, Mr. Mayor. You've missed item 4 petitions.
I'm obliged, Councillor Grinsell, you're quite right. I'll come back to that. I'll just finish this one first, but thank you for that. I'd like to thank the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mrs. Flo Nash, for stepping in at the last minute for your last meeting when I couldn't make it. Thank you, Flo, much appreciated. Councillor Courts, do you have anything to announce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to make an announcement. I'm sure, like me, everyone was pleased to hear the Prime Minister's announcement about the proposed steps to lift lockdown restrictions and start to return to life, learning, work, travel and leisure, and trying to bring them back to some normality over the next 6 months. I think that it's really important that we as a council are clear on what the criteria and opportunities are as we approach each of the 4 steps in the national roadmap. I've asked our officers to develop a Solihull version of this roadmap, and based on the experience and expertise which is gathered over the last 12 months by officers, partners and stakeholders. Now, the first step in the national roadmap includes the full reopening of our schools and colleges and university centre, which is moving ahead through the brilliant work of our school leaders, their teams and governing bodies. Now, our council officers continue to work closely with them to ensure that the full reopening of our education sector goes as well as possible. Now, I'm sure that we all recognise the incredible work that our schools, colleges and university centre have done for our learners in the last 12 months. Now, we know there will be bumps and creases to iron out along the way, not least ensuring that the testing arrangements help provide the assurance for children, their parents and our school staff. However, at every stage of this pandemic, we have met opportunities and challenges equally, and I'm confident, as I know you all are, that we will be successful. Now, as the roadmap moves forward into March, we will have more steps to prepare for, and through my cabinet, we will be working closely with our officers to ensure as much as we can that everything is in place. Now, the key thing for our residents, our businesses, our visitors, and our learners is that we work collectively over the coming weeks and months to prepare for each of these steps. As the Chief Medical Officer has consistently stated, we must not let down our guard. This is not a process about dates, it's about how we understand, control, and live with this COVID-19 virus that indeed we've had to live with for nearly 12 months now. Now, I understand, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, that my Deputy Leader, Councillor Karen Grinsell, wishes to say a few more words on the health situation.
Thank you, Councillor Karen Grinsell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As promised, I just really want to give that regular update to members and to the public watching in today, just really about our current situation and the vaccine rollout. So good news is we can continue to see a fall in rates. The infection rates now stand at 136.3 per 100,000. So that's down 28%. In the last week, so that's really good news. That puts us in a position where we were in early December. So really our job now is to really carry on the good work and get those rates as low as we can as we get to the 8th of March. As the leader has said, we've had that announcement on Monday about the roadmap out of restrictions. We think it might be a little bit bumpy, but that's to be expected because many people have not yet, the younger population have not had the vaccine yet. So obviously that still does put some people at risk. But as I say, this means that we just have to continue doing all the right things and bring the rates down. So our asymptomatic sites, Tudor Grange and North Solihull, are seeing large numbers of workers from all sectors. So we've had good increase in our childminders, supermarket staff, cleansing team have been over there, local business, lots of local businesses are using that site. And we'd want everybody to spread the word, make testing part of your regular weekly routine. You know, go there twice a week and get tested. So we welcome that slow and steady approach to opening, and that rightly prioritises getting children and young people safely back to school. That's above everything else. And we recognise, because we do recognise the impact it's had on children not being in the classroom, on their physical and obviously mental health as well. All staff and older pupils, they'll be tested regularly, so that's encouraging. Those testing arrangements will be put in place, and the staff that are clinically vulnerable, they are being offered their vaccine or are about to be offered their vaccine. So for the first time, as of today, we'll be able to publish our vaccine rates. So I can tell you that nearly 30% of everyone living in Solihull has now been vaccinated. That includes 94% of people over the age of 70, 87% of people aged 65 to 69, and 80% of people who are clinically extremely vulnerable. So as you can see from those rates, That's a huge achievement for our NHS colleagues and others, including the volunteers out there and everyone that's helped make that happen. So there's a lot more to do. We know uptake has been slightly lower in some areas, so we'll be concentrating on those. We do have a vaccine inequalities group that's been set up with our NHS colleagues. So we will be doing everything we can to get that message out, get your vaccine when you're called, and really share some of those positive stories that are coming out of people getting their vaccine and feeling really relieved to have had it. So members, I'd ask you all to encourage everybody to do that. So thank you for listening. That's just a brief update. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Grunsell. Right, I think that concludes announcements. Now, if you will, as Councillor Bob Grunsell pointed out, I missed item 4, which is petitions. So, are there any petitions, please? Yes, I'm looking for them. Councillor Tim Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a petition to present on behalf of Shirley residents, and this relates to the planning application at the former Morrison site on the Stratford Road, and that is planning reference PL 2021 0086 PPFL. It's a petition that's been arranged by a local resident, Megan White, online. It's been signed by 523 people. I have shared this with Democratic Services and the Planning Department. Particular concerns about the care home aspect of this proposal and the height of the building on the Stratford Road. And it's been signed, as I said, by over 500 people. I'm one of the signatories as well. It's caused a huge amount of concern in Shirley, and urging the Planning Committee to reject this application when it's considered. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. No more speakers on petitions, so we'll go to agenda item 6, questions and deputations under Standing Orders 9 and 12. I understand the Chief Executive has not received any questions under SO9, but one deputation under SO12. Mrs. Manu, a resident of the borough, would like to make a deputation supporting the motion submitted by Councillor Tim Hodgson. I understand that Councillor Allen is going to introduce Mrs. Manu. Councillor Allen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Niharika Manu, who is a resident of Shirley West and a second-year medical student at the University of Birmingham. She would like to speak to us on the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Members of the Council, are you content to allow Mrs. Manu to address the Council? Yes? Yes? Thank you very much. Mrs. Manu, you can now make your deputation, which is for 4 minutes. Can you hear us all right?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for that. If you'd like to start, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. In 2019, this council recognised that climate change is an emergency. But what does it mean to be in an emergency? Well, I'd say that we've lived this in the past year. The arrival of COVID-19 brought a huge shock to our normal lifestyles. Recognising the urgency of the situation, the government has made rapid, bold, and at times unpopular decisions to tackle the crisis effectively. We must act with the same urgency to face the challenges of a changing climate. However much disruption has been caused by the pandemic, it will be vastly overshadowed by the impacts of climate change. Thousands of people are already experiencing this, most recently in the form of the freak snowstorm in Texas. It is a matter of decades before this number is in its millions. In June last year, the Climate Change Committee published a report on the UK's progress towards reaching its net zero targets. It concluded that we are not on track to meeting these targets. Out of 21 key indicators of progress, only 4 were on track. It is clear that current legislation is not doing enough. But this is not about assigning blame. The Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill offers the UK a solid roadmap for how we can act moving forward, knowing what we know now. The CEE bill would invest in the technologies we have available right now to reduce emissions as much as possible. It plans to actively restore wildlife and the landscapes that are a defining part of our English heritage, and upon which we rely for a stable food and water supply and for clean air to breathe. The bill would form a citizens' assembly, which has been proven to overcome the toughest deadlocks in policymaking. Involving citizens in decision-making is the best way to ensure a just and smooth transition, which does not leave anyone behind. In 2008, the Climate Change Act was passed when thousands of UK citizens joined the Big Ask campaign to ask their MPs to support stronger climate policy. The stakes are even higher now. This council has the power to make a real difference by supporting the CEE bill. It has the power to encourage greater governmental action. It has the power to amplify its citizens' voices so that we have a say in the decisions that will impact us the most. In supporting this motion, the council can live up to its commitment to doing everything in its power to tackle the climate and ecological emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manu. Councillor Makovitz, as the relevant cabinet member, are you in a position to respond?
I will be making a response in the debate, but suffice to say, I'm fully committed, as the council well knows, my commitment to the subject, but I think the bill does not address the issue. It defers progress and is anti-democratic and will not progress the agenda. And the agenda is anti-growth. That's what I will say at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Makovitz?
Yeah.
Yes, I understand that in fact there isn't a debate and on that. Would you like to therefore speak now?
I thought there was a motion to council for us asking to support the motion. Is it going straight to a vote?
Just a moment, please. Sorry, Councillor Makovitz. This would ordinarily stand to your next cabinet decision-making session for you to comment or carry out anything. Councillor Hodgson, it will be proposing the motion as in your agenda. Well, in a few moments' time, actually.
Well, okay. Well, I forgot, but I should really thank Miss Manu for engaging with us, and I do welcome the engagement. And there are points of debate. I'm happy to take this at my next decision-making session, or as soon as is possible, to go through a response to that session. And that'll be a good opportunity for me to go line by line through the bill if needed.
All right. Thank you for that, Councillor Makovitz. And thank you again, Ms. Manu. Moving on to agenda item 7 then, which is questions from members in pursuing this pursuant of Standing Order 8, 8.4 and 8.6. Questions have been received, and the first, in fact, the only speaker is Councillor Ribeiro to Councillor Karen Grinsell. Councillor Ribeiro, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Feels a kind of a lonely spot this evening. Just the one question from me, but here we go. So my question is to Councillor Karen Grinsell, the Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care and Health. The CCG is currently reviewing their estate's strategy and will be taking the projected growth and site allocations of the draft submission plan October 2020 into account, as stated in the Solihull draft infrastructure delivery plan, also of October 2020. This plan sets out the estimated healthcare requirements of the borough between the period 2020 to 2036, and based on the current levels of healthcare utilisation for the projected age cohorts, and as detailed in pages 82 to 84 of the delivery plan. So will the Cabinet Member please update Council on how much progress the CCG has made as we approach the end of Q1 of 2021, which is some 6 months since these projections for the borough were first published? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ribeiro. Councillor Grinsell, are you in a position to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I can give a brief response to Councillor Ribeiro. Thank you for the question. Obviously, this question is very much directed at the CCG. And obviously we are in the middle, still in the middle of a pandemic. So in terms of what's been happening, so there has been an appointment of an estates programme lead for the STP. This work has been targeted to account for primary care, the primary care estate, primary care networks estate, and the place estates to facilitate the work around integrated care delivery. Okay, so that first draft of a strategy is in development. It will be issued to key stakeholders for comment. This is obviously taking a bit longer than anticipated due to colleagues working on COVID operations. So once there is sight of that draft strategy, there will be engagement process with clinical directors and the wider stakeholders to see what their plan is going forward. So once we have that, we can obviously share it.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Grinsell.
Do I have a supplementary, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you do, Councillor Ribeiro. I was just coming back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yes, thank you, Councillor Grinsell, for that answer. Obviously, from what you've said, situations as we have it have limited progress from engagement, as was going to be the case when the plans were first published. Obviously, my not so much concerns, but my interest is in new housing proposals, especially in No Ward. We know the Kingshurst Centre GP development is taking place. My concern is, whilst we're getting closer to developing the local plan and getting approval, those development sites will start to take shape quite quickly. So is this engagement going to speed up from now? Is the CCG actually in full engagement with the council? Because we all know, we've learned we can do this remotely quite well. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Mrs. Grinsell.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. In answer to that question, it's a yes, because Our health colleagues recognise that they need to be more involved in that sort of early planning process and become much closer to it. They're obviously very much aware of the local plan, and it won't just be for Knowle, it will be for the whole borough. And as I've said, around the integrated care system, there is very much a focus on place. So what does that mean? The local primary care networks will very much be involved in what's going on at that place level. I can tell you that with the Kingshurst development, obviously the medical facilities that we're anticipating that go in there, that needs very close involvement from our health colleagues. And I do know that Anna Hammond from the CCG, I've been speaking to her, and those meetings are already starting to happen. They had been cancelled, you know, sort of last month. They were due to happen last month. They had been cancelled, obviously, because of COVID. But now we're starting to come out of that. Very much there's a focus on getting those, getting the meetings up and running, and for them to be really involved in the development of Kingshurst, particularly. But this side to Knowle or wherever else in the borough, they know what planning is starting to come forward.
Thank you, Councillor Grintle. Thank you.
One more supplementary, Mr. Mayor.
No, under the new regime, it's just one, Councillor Ribeiro.
Even though not my own.
Under our temporary regime, I should say. I might have been flexible, but you've seen the rest of the agenda, and I think we should move forward. But thank you for your question.
And we can talk offline if that helps, Councillor Ribeiro.
I'd appreciate that, Councillor Grintle. Thank you.
Thank you for both. Thank you both for that. Much appreciated. Right, agenda item 8 is the council topic of debate. You'll be pleased to hear that there isn't one. We now move on to agenda item 9, which is the notice of motion. Now we have two motions, from Councillor Tim Hodgson and Councillor Dr. Sexton. Councillor Tim Hodgson will introduce his motion as detailed in the council summons. Councillor Hodgson, that means that you don't have to stand there and read it all out. If you'd like to move and speak to your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And first off, I'd like to thank my constituent, Niharika, who's just given such an excellent deputation to council tonight on why we should support the climate and ecological emergency bill, which is currently before Parliament. And in fact, it was Niharika who asked me to bring this motion to the council. And when I looked into it, I was certainly very strongly persuaded to do so. And just to give some background on what this bill is intending, so it is prepared by the CE Bill Alliance. It's a team of scientists, of academics, lawyers, campaigners, working together, guided by current science and calling for urgent and far-reaching and necessary actions from the UK government to tackle the climate and ecological emergency. It is supported by a cross-party range of MPs. At the latest count, it's 98, and it is growing every week, and it's across the political spectrum too. And it is calling on the government to go further, go faster, provide the resources and legislation for us to tackle this crisis across the country, recognising the current legislation is just not going far enough. 2050, we all know, is too late to get to net zero. Now, in terms of what we've done as a council already, back in October 2019, we all agreed together unanimously that we declared and accepted the climate crisis, the emergency we face, and committed ourselves as a council to becoming net neutral by 2030. And indeed, we are actually developing, as we speak, a green paper on getting to net zero in that time frame. We've also signed up to the West Midlands Combined Authority target for 2041. and that green paper will soon go out to consultation. And we know there's cross-party support on this agenda. And last night I was absolutely thrilled when the planning committee unanimously chucked out 2 motorway service area applications in our green belt. I think that speaks to how we feel in this borough about the issue. And I think we know locally we've been affected by the climate crisis. We only have to think back a few years to May 2018, when 178 properties across the borough, not just in one place, but in several places, were flooded internally. And in my ward, in Shirley West, places like Nethercote Gardens were hit very badly. We had flooding there previous to that, only 11 years before, and these were meant to be 1 in 100 year events. And I think looking around at what's happening to the climate, the weather patterns becoming much more extreme, it's plain to see all the problems around us. And research that's been done by the United Nations, released only in January, showed that the UK as a country, 81% of people believe in the climate emergency. That was higher than in any other country in the world. And 77% of people in that survey believe we should do everything necessary in response. And we know we're playing a leadership role on the global stage with hosting COP26, the UN climate conference in November in the UK. I would just point out that many councils have adopted this motion already, and it's calling on our MPs to support this bill. And this bill would require urgent legislation to act and limit global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is what the scientific community agrees is the maximum heating we can sustain within the world, and restore the natural world as well. And as I say, many councils have passed this, and Oxford, for example, set up in 2019 a citizens' assembly, which is very much part of this bill. And that helped to inform them with their plans on tackling this crisis. Brought together 50 people from all demographic groups, old and young, mixture of ethnicities and other characteristics, to look at the evidence and come up with recommendations as to how we can go forward. I think we would really benefit from that here in Solihull. I know the cabinet member and the leader, the cabinet are listening. I think we should look at doing that here in Solihull to widen the engagement as you know, to the largest group of representative people we possibly can, so that people can be empowered with information and help us and improve what we do as a council. And I would also say it's very clear to me that we can't just sit back and hope our MPs will act on this. This is a growing campaign, and I think as a council we need to show leadership. As we did back in October 2019, we showed very strong leadership in adopting and accepting the climate emergency. We're going on the right track. The council is making some brilliant moves, but we could go further. And I really do think supporting this bill, considering setting up our own climate citizens' assembly to look at the issues that we face, would actually add tremendous value to the excellent work we're already doing. And I'll just point out very briefly, we know that it's not just the climate, it's also the ecological emergency we're facing. So, for example, the hedgehog population in the UK has declined by 95% since the 70s. 97% of our wildflowers have been lost in the last century. So it's very plain to see exactly what the crisis is we face. And I'll just finish with a quote from David Attenborough, who on Tuesday addressed the UN Security Council on this very issue. And he said that it's surely our responsibility to do everything within our power to create a planet that provides a home, not just for us, but for all life on Earth. and I would urge members to support my motion this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor McLaughlin, I understand you're seconding this. Do you wish to do so and reserve your right?
I am seconding, and I do wish to reserve my right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Members, do you wish to debate this motion or refer it on?
Wish to debate it, my own personal opinion. I don't know how else we're supposed to communicate.
Wish to debate it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Right. So I'm now calling for speakers then, please. Who wishes to speak first? Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, can I congratulate Ms Manu for the confident way she addressed Council. But I must point out that the current government, and as has already been acknowledged, this Council are committed to tackling climate change and environmental protection. And we have ambitious plans that will be the subject of consultation and debate as we move forward. But it seems to me that the bill that Councillor Hodgson is asking us to back appears to bypass the normal democratic process for legislation. I'm presuming it's one of those private member bills that happen to get lucky in the regular House of Commons tombola, because it's not gone through the normal parliamentary process. There's been no green paper setting out principles for consideration, no white paper for proper consultation. And having read it, I see that it proposes statutory powers for an unelected citizens' assembly, as has already been said by Councillor Hodgson, citizens' assembly. Well, that gives that assembly much greater powers than is even given to elected local government in shaping national legislation. I mean, citizens' assemblies have quite a long history. I mean, going back to the French Revolution, when they completely overrode democratic principles, ignored the rights of individuals, and set aside the rule of law. So not exactly in line with what we would expect of our legislators. Consulting with the public is something we regularly do on a regular basis, and that's quite right. But I think we must reject this attempt to create an unelected third tier of government with powers to direct the Secretary of State. As to the bill itself, well, there are some elements that we could agree with, but there are clearly other elements and measures that could have a devastating effect on thousands of jobs for the people of Solihull and the West Midlands region, particularly for those who work in the car industry, aviation and manufacturing. If we care about the economic well-being of the people we're elected to represent, then it would betray them if we voted to support this bill. If we care about democratic government and proper legislative procedures, then I urge councillors of all parties to reject this motion. I certainly cannot support it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Makovich, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, again, I'd like to thank Miss Manu, and Councillor Hodgson made some good points. In the sentiment of needing to act on the climate emergency, I'm behind this. But this bill is more about process than action. I read the bill in detail, line by line, and I will welcome if on my decision stage to actually say what's wrong with it. There's a lot that is wrong with it, the bill. Granted, it raises soil depletion, which I think is an issue we need to embrace going forward. Is soil depletion, it's an important issue. But in my speech, I'll concentrate on the big picture. I think most people understand, and Councillor Hodgson agrees with this, understand the need for action in the borough, and businesses understand action in the borough. The Conservative government from Thatcher to Johnson has led the way, and we are doing better than most countries on the climate change. But the climate change, the issue's moved on. We don't need to raise awareness, we need to act. And as a council, since October 2019, we have embraced this as a core of our activities. It goes through everything we do as a council. I noticed some Council Hodgson mentioned hedgehogs. Well, we've got a hedgehog sanctuary in Bruton Park, ahead of leading away, ahead of most people. We've got wildflowers, £16.8 million spent on wildflower waste. We're doing it. We're progressing. Local plan embraces zero homes, heat networks, increasing biodiversity, cycling and walking. By the way, opposed by the opposition at the council. In my profession as a process safety engineer, my peers during a meeting were saying how much work is going on delivering safe carbon-free technologies. Business is moving. Just look, it's COVID, how the free market and the pharmaceutical industry has delivered a COVID vaccine in less than a year because they were given the opportunity, the government gave the framework and they went for it. JLR in our borough and the airport have embraced to be zero carbon. Air travel in the future will be zero carbon with technological advancement, given the right free market framework to do this. This bill, if it is passed, which it probably won't be, but if it is, will slow down our progress. We have a climate emergency. This will put all the good work that's going into chaos and flux, and business will not know what to do. So this bill is a stalling bill. I look forward to your and it's interesting to note that Extinction Rebellion support this bill, and and they have probably contributed to the bill. Extinction Rebellion believe that climate change can only be addressed by stopping economic GDP growth, i.e. a permanent recession. Many ER folks have said this, and we've seen this during the
4 minutes.
Sorry?
No, carry on. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, and we saw ER protesters hijack an electric train to stop hardworking people to go to work. So this bill is a Trojan horse for changing the way we do our economy, and in fact will lead to, as Councillor Meese said, recession, unemployment and stagnation in the economy. The difference is clear here. We Conservatives believe that climate emergency can be tackled by taking people with us, allowing them to enjoy air travel, enjoy holidays, have prosperity, drive a car that's electric. But the alternative is stagnation and recession and taxing the middle class to pay for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Makovich. Thank you for that. Councillor De Sico, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo a lot of the statements that have already been made by my colleagues. I'm not quite sure I understand the need for this bill or indeed this motion. The UK is a world leader in tackling climate change, and that dates back to the Climate Change Act in 2008. And we are the first major economy to pass net zero greenhouse gas emissions legislation. So I think that is important. So I think we're already on the way to actually reducing carbon emissions to the net zero target by 2050. And I'm worried this bill will take away our flexibility as a country to challenge the big effects that climate change is having on us and the rest of the world. For instance, if you include aviation emissions, it's very difficult at the moment to make aviation net zero carbon. But there are other areas of the economy where you can take those CO2 emissions out of the stack. For instance, by using bioenergy crops with carbon capture, uses and storage technology. So using a technological solution to actually reduce emissions and produce what's called negative emissions to offset the emissions you're gonna make in other parts of the economy, such as aviation. So to me, I think as Conservatives, we support a technological solution, innovation to reducing climate change. I don't think we need to be too prescriptive, and I'm worried that this bill will actually do that and actually make it harder for this country to meet its climate change objectives. This country is signed on to those objectives. I don't want us to hamstring the country by doing that. So I will not support the bill, and I don't support this motion for those reasons.
Thank you, Councillor De Sica. Councillor Diane Howell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think it's really clear from this motion that as different political parties, we agree on the problem, but we don't agree on how we get to the solution. And at this point, I'm going to quote from Councillor Makowicz's statement of intent from our climate change declaration in 2019, that when considering our climate change strategy, we need to protect employment and avoid adverse effects on our people, our communities. Now, in contrast, this private members bill seeks to stifle some sectors of the economy, putting jobs at risk, and that's why I can't support this motion. But economic growth and tackling climate change are not mutually exclusive, and we need to reignite the economy now more than ever as we recover from COVID. And Councillor Makowicz has said we need a thriving private sector to provide the investment and opportunities to develop new technologies to help address the challenges of achieving net zero. We're going to build a new green economy that will support jobs. But in rejecting this motion, I'm not saying that we don't need the support of stronger government legislation, as don't forget the government's own environment bill is making its way through the House of Commons, and that bill actually gives more power to local authorities to tackle issues such as air quality. And that's how you get things done and make a difference on the ground. Look at what our Conservative administration has achieved already in the borough. And at this point, I'd completely agree with Councillor Tim Hodgson. This Conservative-led council has got an excellent track record on delivering climate change strategy. Our street lighting is net zero. We've got the Low Carbon Energy Centre is taking shape at Tudor Grange, and we're planning an ambitious new Arden Forest project, which is going to link our green belt, establish new habitats, and bring sort of that whole ecological piece together. And the new Arden Forest is not just about the trees, although clearly they're really important, and our aim to plant an additional 250,000 trees is going to be an incredibly key part of that strategy. But it's the rewilding aspect of our new Arden Forest project that I think is actually most exciting, because this is going to increase biodiversity, it's going to enhance soil ecology, and that will all increase carbon capture. So as a Conservative administration, we've already got a great track record of delivering on our climate change agenda in Solihull, but this is only the beginning, and I'm looking forward to what else we can achieve as we head towards a net zero council in 2030 and a net zero region in 2041. And I'd agree with my Conservative colleagues who've already spoken, we are going to be able to do that as a council and as a country without this private members bill. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, I don't have any further speakers listed. Right, Councillor Mark Parker, followed by Councillor Courts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I cannot support this motion because the private members bill is flawed and will do nothing to tackle the climate emergency. The bill will have a major impact on infrastructure projects such as HS2, in that if it became law, it would measure projects against the carbon budget. I need not remind members that as we emerge from a changing post-pandemic world, the West Midlands will need to invigorate the economy by improving transport links, create jobs, and sustain the levelling up with the South East and create wealth. In June 2019, the UK became the first country to legislate for a net zero target for carbon emissions by 2050. The West Midlands Combined Authority has set up a target of zero carbon by 2041, and we in our council are committed to the same targets. These targets are open to scrutiny and democratic processes, where a citizens' assembly proposed in a private members bill is not. Our council is leading on so many policies in this field, and we locally should continue to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Courts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think this motion, deals with two topics. It appears to deal with the issue of citizens' assemblies and also the climate change crisis. And I think we're in danger of, in having a debate about the climate change crisis, which I think, we all signed up to a declaration of how serious it is. And I think actions taken by all of us have recognised that. But that's a different matter from this bill, which fundamentally this motion seeks to support. It's actually a different matter from citizens' assemblies. I can't support this motion primarily because it produces a bill which it cannot be right that the sovereignty of Parliament, in effect, and decision making in Parliament is subjected to an alternative body that actually has no democratic accountability. How do you hire and fire these people? I think the Secretary of State has a role in setting the organisation up, and that's by order in Parliament or something. It's hardly the way that we should be conducting this. So I can't in any way support this motion for that reason. But as our speaker, Mrs. Manu, said very eloquently, there is an issue, and so much this whole topic focuses on the problem and the crisis, all of which is true. What we need to focus on is solutions, actions, and so on, recognizing, of course, that this country is relatively small and cannot save the planet on its own, but we have a leadership role here, which is what we all subscribe to. And I'm pleased that Councillor Hodgson referred to leadership, because indeed it was, we started with our climate change perspective several years ago with a holistic approach to various environmental matters. We have continued that. I was bitterly criticised for managing to get consensus of the West Midlands leaders with a climate change emergency, because we hadn't done it for a different reason in our own council, though of course we did it a bit later. Now, I would refer you to the solid action and the solid plan that's taking place. I mean, we linked our council target of borough neutrality to 2041 to the CA for a very good reason, because there is a lot of very thorough work going on there, and indeed will shortly be receiving to the CA board the first 5-year plan. And it is impressive in terms of the thought that's gone into what we need to do. It gives intermediate targets of carbon reductions, but it deals with other things about how to create green growth. And at the end of the day, aviation is a good example on this. We need to be joined up in how we think at this, because the impression I get from this bill is that it would require us to take action on things like, well, including aviation into the calculations. But aviation is not only a national matter, it's an international matter. And we need international action on this. And how foolish would we be if we bankrupt our own country without and let others, the competitors, move in, other countries. Now, I'm sure that's not the intention of anybody, but that could be the unforeseen consequences. So my point here is that this bill is the wrong way of going about it. It needs to be dealt with in a comprehensive action plan. We have leadership from our government, which quite unique actually across the globe. We have a 10-point plan, which is pretty comprehensive. Now, we can all say you can do more, and we should do. We have a plan at WMCA, and we have a plan in the council. And I would urge members not to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Courts. Councillor Holtz, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Many of the comments I was going to make have already been made, so I'll try to keep mine brief. This is an issue of our times that few of us would disagree with as being the most important. But I think in terms of how this bill operates, it's Parliament is sovereign in these matters, and we have a great constitutional covenant with Parliament that we as citizens loan the power of the citizen by our votes to Parliament to make the decisions for us. Parliament's sovereign and has all the powers. It doesn't need anyone to tell it what to do. It makes up its own mind. It obviously listens to experts and the wider contributions made by committees. It's no role for Citizens' Assembly to become a pressure group full of unelected people that tie the hands or bog down our parliamentarians. And there are sections in this bill that require the Secretary of State to act. Under section 47A, it states that any such recommendation approved would have to be moved, the Secretary of State would have to move the motion. I think we have to be careful about sleepwalking into a quagmire of a quango. Who will the citizens be? I don't think it's necessary. I think Parliament is there to do its job. And if it doesn't do its job, it should be voted out, frankly. It's there to do a job, and that's what should happen. And I embrace all of the comments made by my colleagues about the aspect of the economy. It's the economy that will drive forward these issues that will get us out of this climate challenge. And it's the economy that will pay for the public services. And we need a strong economy to achieve both of these aspects. So I therefore do not support the bill.
Thank you, Councillor Holt. Councillor Caldwell, please. Yeah. Councillor Caldwell. I'll come back, yeah. I'll come back to Councillor Caldwell. Can I call Councillor Wilson, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been interesting listening to what has been said. I've been hearing things about citizens' assemblies not being democratic. The root of the etymology of the word democracy is from demokratia, ancient Greek. It means people and rule. So in a sense, it means that people do make decisions, whether they're elected. I mean, real true democracy is from the root, and it's things like councils working with residents, like Ms. Manu, who eloquently put forward the case for the climate bill tonight, and my colleague as well, Councillor Hodgson, who brought everything on. I'm not going to go through too much of what he said, but I have to react a little bit to some of the other, I've brought to the council twice now through Section 8 questions the fact that we've only got 6% of our land designated for wildlife recovery and conservation in Solihull, which is half of the rest of the region around us, the neighbouring council areas. So I would like to know how that is going to be dealt with, and I'd like also to know if we'll be involved in some of these decisions. I'm hearing really lovely things like rewilding. What does that do? Do you really understand what that actually means? What are you going to do? How will Solihull Council, under this administration, rewild parts of this council area? And it's okay just picking out phrases for the media, but you've got to actually have some substance behind it, and also understand what you're saying as well. And that is really the root of this. I'm voting for this climate bill. It's had cross-party support, and quite frankly, I can't understand the sort of the arguments against it. I'm not, really on board with that. So I'm voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Caldwell, are you with us?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you. Councillor Wilson stole one of my points, but that's okay, because I just wanted to pick up on this idea of citizens' assemblies being undemocratic. As Councillor Wilson quite rightly says, the word democratia refers to government by the people. And they were used in ancient Greece thousands of years ago. That's the home of democracy. I don't think we can call it undemocratic. I think we can call it a different way of doing democracy. And quite frankly, we need some of these different ways of doing democracy, because I'm not entirely convinced that what we are doing at the moment is working that well. As we heard from Niharika earlier, we are a long way behind the curve compared to where we need to be in our response to the climate crisis. So actually, I'm all in favour of exploring some new approaches. Councillor Holt mentions quangos. We have lots of quangos. We have lots of quangos in the combined authority. Much of the decision making gets made through quangos in the combined authority. So I'm not sure really there can be a principled objection to the idea of appointing members of the public to be involved in making some of these decisions. We do it in enough other areas, so I don't see that's an issue. In terms of how this bill has been structured, there seems to be some misapprehension here that it's a crazy leftist plot to subvert the free market. But I would invite you to actually go and look at the website and look at who the expert contributors are to this bill. Professor Ken Anderson, University of Manchester, Dr. James Dyke, Global Systems, Professor Tim Jackson, ecological economist, University of Surrey. One that particularly stood out to me is Professor Graham Smith, University of Westminster Centre for the Study of Democracy, participatory democracy. Again, this bill has been written with a future in mind that we should all be looking to move towards. And finally, I'm glad we mentioned aviation, because that's going to come up a few times this evening. And I'm glad Councillor DeSico mentioned about negative emissions technologies. They have to be proven before they can be included in the equation for how we get to net zero. I quite agree that net zero should be the target, not absolute zero. But what we can't do is fall into the trap of just assuming stuff is going to work and is white knights coming over the horizon in 5 or 10 years to dig us out of our climate hole and our carbon crisis. That isn't how it's going to work. We need fast action now. This bill will enable our government of whatever colour to do that in the future. My colleagues have mentioned it's got cross-party support. It does have cross-party support, but it doesn't have support from every party, and I wonder if you can guess which one is missing. I'll be voting in favour this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Catherine Thomas, please.
The point I just wanted to make is I've heard a lot of words said tonight, and there's been a real lack of consistency of approach between the national view and the local view. I've heard a lot of people saying that we're concerned nationally about the Citizens' Assembly because it involves unelected people, and actually no, it should be the providence of those democratically elected representatives of Parliament. However, when we come to Solihull's Climate Change Committee and processes, we as the other parties who are not currently controlling the council have really struggled to get a place on this. So we've, as democratically elected representatives, we've struggled to get that engagement. But yet there's been a lot of focus on how should we engage a youth representative. Now, I have no personal issues with the youth representative, but it seems to me that we have a lack of consistency of approach, because we were asking how are we going to elect these unelected citizens on a national body? Well, how are we going to elect our unelected youth representative on our Climate Change Committee? And I think we need to be consistent in what we're saying between the local picture and the national picture. I'm minded to support this motion because, and maybe it comes from the general disengagement that's starting to happen with people my age with the national government, and that I'm really not convinced that they're going to follow through with some of the promises that have been committed, given what I've seen in terms of a track record on some of the ones relating to Brexit and other things recently. So I think there's a feeling we as younger people feel that we really need to push this agenda and make our voices heard and try and say and try and yell some more and say, listen to us, this is important to us, this matters to us, we need to make a change. And I think we're not convinced it's going to come. And I think this is one of the reasons why you're starting to see things like this, why you're starting to see groups like Extinction Rebellion, because people, and particularly younger people, don't feel like they're being listened to. And maybe this is a way to try and get their voices heard.
Thank you for that, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Dr. Sexton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of points. My colleagues have already said some of the things I was going to say, but there's a couple of things I wanted to challenge. First of all, as people have already pointed out, this idea that citizens' assemblies are some newfangled anti-democratic thing, it's nonsense. Citizens' assemblies have a long and proud history dating back to ancient Greece, as people have said. And they are a way of doing democracy differently. When we talk about government by the people, there are real problems with democracy that only focuses on elections. And as Councillor Thomas has said, there is a problem that there is a whole generation who just don't feel that they're being heard. They don't feel they're being listened to. They're bearing the brunt of many of the things that are going on today. They're going to be the most affected by climate change, and they don't feel they've got a voice. And in increasing numbers, young people are tuning out. Citizens' assemblies are a way to enable people, ordinary people from all walks of life, to engage in that process and to contribute their voices and their thoughts to that decision making. And we know that in order to bring people with us, those people have to be involved. People have to feel that they have a say. People have to feel that they can own some of that decision making. So that's why I think it's so important that we do things differently, and that we're not just relying on the tired old systems that we have in place already, that so many people feel don't represent them or their families or their communities. The second point that I was going to make was around, there was several comments about things like we shouldn't be counting emissions from aviation, or we can't count emissions from infrastructure building. There's a lot of special pleading going on, and whenever we talk about reductions in carbon emissions, there's always special pleading about one industry or another industry that doesn't want to be included in that. Unfortunately, we have to count emissions from aviation and we have to count emissions from infrastructure because science doesn't distinguish. Those emissions are out there in the environment. We have to be able to deal with those. So if we are going to emit carbon dioxide in order to build infrastructure, which I agree that we need to do, we have to balance that budget somewhere else. And I know that my Conservative colleagues are very much in favour of balanced budgets. So I think that is something that we do need to be talking about. And there are ways to do this without compromising our economy. I think there are ways that we can invest money in a green industrial revolution. We talked about in developing green technology. We should be leading on this. And if we're to get ahead of the curve, we need to be investing in that and creating those green jobs that will enable us to be at the forefront and not playing catch up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ribeiro, please. He's here, no, he's here, he's just tuning in, I think.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was having trouble unmuting there.
That's all right.
Okay. No, I've listened intently to the debate and I've taken the history lesson on democracy. Not that I need a history lesson on democracy, but I have read the bill and I have to say, I do have a reservation about this sense of democracy, the way that the bill is worded. And I do have a sense of how much decision-making is being taken away from the Secretary of State, who seemingly, from what the bill wording says, must seek agreement with the Assembly. And I've looked at the bill, and I've looked at, for example, Section 5.1, where the word "the Secretary of State must," etc., etc. So, in balance with what's been discussed so far, That is my absolute reservation. And if we're talking about democracy, I don't see why our elected representatives don't actually provide us with that democratic mandate that they take to Parliament. And that we should, I wouldn't say the word trust, because I'm careful about the word trust and politicians, especially at parliamentary level. I'm not talking about local government. So for that reason, I do really have an issue with supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ribeiro. Right, I've completed with speakers. So I'm going to ask Councillor Hodgson, did you wish to come back before Councillor McLaughlin winds up?
Mr. Mayor, I think I've made my points and been echoed by my colleagues, so I'll let Councillor McLaughlin sum it all up for us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's always a bit of an emotional journey coming to full council. I usually start with a lot of hope, as most people who are engaged in trying to resolve the climate crisis do. I've managed to go through anger and a great deal of comedy today, because not only have we been introduced to the word democracy in its Greek origin, there's another word as well, sounds similar, also of Greek origin, hypocrisy, that's been springing to mind through this. Obviously it's undemocratic. Well, I was thinking as well just then about actually the way in which contracts and positions have been appointed by the party in control throughout the COVID crisis, because it's like we're talking about two different worlds. Free market framework that's then going to somehow fund the green revolution that they're talking about. Well, if you can't have a free market if it's going to fund the revolution, because you're going to have to recover some taxation through that industry to be able to redistribute it to something else. So there's a great degree of logical inconsistency, is the politest way in which I can put it. Parliament is sovereign. It doesn't need anyone to tell it what to do. No, in democracy it does. That's how a parliament operates. So maybe you don't understand any of the words that have been involved in that, because that's the only gracious way in which I can look at this, in the words that have been said. I want to thank the leader, because actually I think he was most conciliatory and considerate in the way he spoke. I want to apologise to Miss Manu on behalf of some of the words that were said in the outset of this by Councillor Makiewicz, because I thought actually the way in which he approached this was very rude and inappropriate. What you might not know, because I spoke to Miss Manu before this, she's second year of training to be a doctor, and a genuine wish for those members who have spoke unkindly on this. I hope that you are never treated by a doctor who would consider any logical merit to the words that you've said tonight, because there is no way on earth any of you understand what we are talking about here. As well, we're the first country to pass legislation on zero climate. Maybe Councillor De Sico needs to look up Sweden, France in the same month as the UK, Denmark had legislation just behind, but the commitment came beforehand, Costa Rica. Fiji was actually the first country to make a commitment to the United Nations. So it's factually completely incorrect. I used to work in automotive, by the way, and the way in which you manage your fleets, which is what's relevant towards aviation, you need to extract the value from that. So unless there is a government going to come along and buy dirty planes off aviation, we're not going to see cleaner planes going into the air until the dirtier planes have finished their lifespan. And as we are aware, this is an industry and an industrial sector which is currently struggling at the moment, and it's going to be pleading to governments. And I'm sure that the party in control of government will be listening to their pleas on how they can use these vehicles, these planes for longer to allow them to pollute more. But we can't not count the pollution that planes do, because that's the only way in which you can balance a carbon budget on a national level at the moment. If we were doing that, whereby we said a proposal for the budget that we're considering today, the way in which we're going to balance it is we're not going to count these outgoings. We're not going to count wages for staff, and that's how we were balancing it. Our Section 151 officer would not legally be able to pass that. And yet that's the same logic that the Conservative group are asking us to apply to this. Don't count planes, because they're actually creating a bit of a problem in how we balance out the numbers. It's utterly ridiculous. All right. Okay. For the last 20 seconds, I've had so many points that I wanted to go over here. But yeah, basically calling it a stalling bill. I just want to wrap up on what it's becoming almost like a trope of what happens is, yeah, we agree with that. We agree with what you're saying. We think it's really important, but unfortunately we can't do anything, and we can't tell Parliament what to do. We're not telling Parliament what to do. We're not making the vote on Parliament's behalf. We're saying we want our MPs to support this. Our MPs are free to do what they want, unless it's actually someone higher up in the party telling them what to do, because it seems like that's how things work within the Conservative group. Maybe you want to speak to the other Conservative groups around the country who have supported citizens' assemblies, because I have more faith in them. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I will be supporting this.
Yeah, point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mackiewicz.
Yeah, I was mentioning names being rude. I think that's uncalled for. I did thank her for her speech, and I gave my answer as honestly as I thought I did at that time. However, if I have caused any offence to Miss Manu, then I would apologise, and I also would welcome to have a discussion with her if she does wish to go through the bill line by line. And I'm happy to do that. I've read the bill fully, and as my member said, okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think it's uncalled for to be named someone's speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackiewicz. Well, you've made the point now, although it's not a point of order, but there you go. Right, I take it that we are going to have a vote on this one. Yes, I'm taking that as yes.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to say something, please.
Councillor Court.
Well, it is a point of order, actually. I do think, I mean, Councillor Mackiewicz has dealt with one point, but I do think it's out of order for Councillor McLaughlin to make suggestions about letting of contracts by this council during the COVID crisis. I would like members to know that for many, many months, we have been having weekly briefings of members, of group opposition leaders, where they have been free to ask all sorts of questions, and in certain cases have done. We have been very open and transparent through the whole of this crisis, and I really do object to the suggestion that there's been something underhand been going on.
Mr. Mayor.
Right, okay.
Mr. Mayor, with your permission, as I was referenced, I did not say that. I said the party, and that was in reference to government, central government. And I thought that was implicit, but I'm happy to, I've not made any accusations about impropriety around this locally. And actually, Councillor Court, I thank you for being more conciliatory in my speech, and just wanted to clear up that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm drawing the line now. We're going to move to the vote. Are you going to? Yes, right. Deborah Murray.
So, councillors, if you could call out for, against or abstain when I call your name, please. So, Councillor Adeyemo.
For.
Councillor Allen.
For.
Councillor Alsop.
Against.
Councillor Ashraf.
For.
Councillor Blunt.
Against.
Councillor Brain.
For.
Councillor Brain, thank you. Councillor Byrne.
For. Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, point of order. Councillor Brain left the meeting during the debate, and therefore should not be able to vote on this matter.
Okay, I'm happy to withdraw, that being the case.
No, on a further point of order, Mr. Mayor, that's not correct. That's the rules for planning committee. I don't believe it's the rules for this.
Can you
meetings? I might be wrong.
Can you just hold on one moment, please? Thank you.
Point of order as well. That's not very democratic if we deny a member a vote at full council.
Yes, I agree with that, Mr. Mayor, on a point of order as well. You cannot deny somebody a vote. He has read what the motion is. He understands what's being discussed. Whether he was here or not is irrelevant. We all drop in and out of Zoom and WebEx. We all know what it's like to do these things electronically, and I think this is a ridiculous suggestion.
I've drawn the line. We're not going to go on with back and forth with points of order, which I have to say in some instances are not points of order. We're going to move on to the vote. No more cross talking, players. Let's get on with it. Mrs. Merry.
Mr. Mayor, I think what started that exchange was a question about whether Councillor Brain was entitled to vote, given that he briefly left the meeting. That scenario would apply if it were a meeting of the Planning Committee, given the nature of the planning decisions. But for a council meeting where the councillor has left the meeting and rejoined, there is no reason why he shouldn't vote. So I had got to Councillor Brain and then Councillor Byrne. I think Councillor Byrne's vote was for. Have we Councillor Butler next? Councillor Butler.
Good evening. Against?
Councillor Buxton Sate.
For.
Councillor Cordwell.
For.
Councillor Cole.
For.
Councillor Courts.
Against?
Councillor Davis, Mr. Mayor. Councillor De Sico.
Against.
Councillor Fairburn.
For.
Councillor Gough.
Against.
Councillor Karen Grinsell.
Against.
Councillor Robert Grinsell.
Against.
Councillor Groom. Groom, could you repeat that?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
For.
Councillor Hawkins.
Against.
Councillor Andy Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Tim Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Hogarth.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Hollallen.
Against.
Councillor Holt.
Against.
Councillor Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Makovich.
Against.
Councillor McNaughton.
For.
Councillor McCarthy.
For.
Councillor McLaughlin.
For.
Councillor Meeson.
Against.
Councillor Nash. Councillor Nash. I can see your lips moving, but you seem to be on mute. Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Potts. Councillor Potts. Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Potts. Councillor Keiss. Councillor Ribeiro.
Against.
Councillor Richards.
Against.
Councillor Rolfe.
Against.
Councillor Ryan.
Against.
Councillor Dr. Sexton. Thank you. Councillor Slater. Councillor Slater.
For.
Councillor Slay.
Against.
Councillor Catherine Thomas. For. Councillor Paul Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Tilsley.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Wild. Councillor Mrs. Wild.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was muted. Against.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
For, please.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
And I'll just return to Councillor Potts. Are you there, Councillor Potts? No. Okay. So, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Potts is there, Deborah. I think he's having problems with his mute button.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. Mr. Mayor, the motion is lost.
The motion is lost. Thank you for that. Moving on, we now have a second motion. This motion is from Councillor Dr. Sexton, and as with the previous motion, if you'd like to formally move that, and you have 7 minutes. Did you get that, Councillor Dr. Sexton?
Thank you.
Is all well there? Oh no.
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that Councillor Caldwell subs for Dr. Sexton in terms of presenting this, if he's got better connection than
He can do it, can he?
yeah.
Councillor Dr. Sexton, we appear to be having sound issues. Do you want to try one more time?
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
No, it's oh, yes. Yes. Yeah.
Councillor Caldwell, Mr. Mayor.
She could speak from his position because he's there. Is it possible you can? Yes, good idea. Yeah. That's it.
Hello there. Is that better?
That's better. We can hear you. That's it, and we can see you as well. Would you please, even though you're Steve Caldwell, would you carry on, Councillor Dr. Sexton?
No problem. That's fine. I'll try and do my best impression of Councillor Caldwell.
Spare us.
So this motion's in support of all those who have, for various reasons, been excluded from government financial support over the last year. I understand everyone has the motion, so I don't need to read it out. Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
That's correct. So, like many self-employed people across the borough, in March last year, I closed my small business. Not knowing how long it would stay closed for or what support would be available, this was a really difficult and stressful time. But we understood that we were all in this together and that it was necessary to protect the NHS and to save lives. Like many others, I used savings to pay my bills and to cover essential costs so that I'd still have a business to come back to on the other side. So when the first SEISS self-employment grant was announced, I breathed a sigh of relief. But I still remember the sick feeling in my stomach when I realised that I wasn't entitled to any support at all, because nearly 4 years previously, while I was still growing my business, I'd had some other sources of income as well as self-employment. But this isn't about me, because compared to some of those who I've spoken to, I've been really fortunate. Because of my line of work, after that initial lockdown, I was able to open. I don't have to worry about how I'm going to keep a roof over my head or put food on the table. But that's not true for so many others. And it's important to stress that those who are excluded don't want handouts. These are UK taxpayers who've been legally prevented from working, in some cases for almost a full year, and have received no compensation. When we ask people to do the right thing for their community, for Solihull, and for the country, that's part of a social contract. But for 3 million people across the country, the government has failed to keep its side of the bargain. People who've been affected by this include those who are newly self-employed, people who are previously earning over 50,000 a year, people combining self-employment with other sources of income, people who've taken parental leave, people on 0 hours contracts, people who've been denied furlough by their employers, directors of limited companies, people who started work after the government cut-off date, and more. But a year ago, when the pandemic started, lots of things had to be organised very quickly. And it's perhaps understandable that initially there were gaps in support that people might fall through. What's less understandable is that in the nearly 12 months since, we haven't seen a closing of those gaps. I've had colleagues I work with, friends, residents who I represent, and others who've contacted me to tell me about the impact this has had on them and their families. And I'm sure many of you have heard similar stories. Perhaps we'll hear a few of those later. But let's remember the impact that that financial stress and worry has on mental health. It affects whole families. When parents are struggling, we know that the children also struggle. The organisation Zero Suicide England has backed the Excluded UK movement, and they've said, we have already seen an increase in mental ill health due to the pandemic, and for those in precarious financial situations, the danger is even more acute. The government can help alleviate the damages of a mental ill health epidemic in the future by acting now. There's also an impact on people's physical health and public health more widely, because research shows that people's ability to follow the rules depends to a large extent on their financial situation. Some of our own officers have mentioned their worries that some people are seeking to bend the rules. But for those who may be struggling to pay the bills, facing the loss of their business or even their house, is that really any surprise? So I firmly believe that here in Solihull, we do all care about our residents. From conversations I've had with councillors across the chamber, I know that we share a concern for those who have not been adequately supported during the pandemic and the potential consequences of this for public health in our borough. We want to support our self-employed and our small businesses. I was delighted to see that this very same motion was passed unanimously with support from all parties in Bristol recently. And there is an Excluded UK all-party parliamentary group which includes MPs from across the political spectrum. So I really hope that we too can put our political differences aside and come together on this important issue. I was looking forward to contributing to the conversation on Councillor Slay's motion back in October, and I hope that he and his colleagues might recognise that this motion is brought in the same spirit. I would love us to send a clear, united message to those of our residents who are in this appalling situation that we're on their side and that we'll do everything in our power to support them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Sexton. Councillor Caldwell, I understand you're going to second this motion. Do you wish to reserve your right?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor, and yes, I would like to reserve my right.
Thank you very much. Members, do you wish to debate this motion or refer it on?
Debate, please.
Debate? Everyone wants to debate. In which case, I can now take speakers. So, do we have some speakers, please?
Mr. Mayor, if I might just very quickly raise a point of order, and it is genuinely, I've hopefully solved Councillor Dr. Sexton's microphone issues. However, I think it would be worth us just checking before we go any further through proceedings so that she can play an active part, if that's okay.
All right, if we can do it quickly.
Yep.
Hello.
There we go. That's better.
Oh, yes. Thank you. You're back with us. Thank you for that, Councillor Caldwell. Right. Speakers, please. Can't see any yet. Councillor Slay? Councillor Slay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I say I welcome the words of Councillor Sexton. But of course, that's not what we've been asked to do, frankly. It's the resolutions within this motion that create the difficulty in me being able to support it. All the things she said are absolutely right, and I'll come on to the reason why I think that we're doing an awful lot in the areas she mentions. The challenge with the resolutions is, in essence, we've been asked to sign up to Exclude UK, who are a lobby group. And I think it's very difficult for us as a local authority to align ourselves to any lobby group because it constrains our flexibility. Their purposes may be very commendable. I've read them in this particular instance. Sorry, I've read them in this particular instance and I support much of the purpose of what they do. But lobby groups' purposes change and therefore I would not be supporting this resolution at this point in time, and I'll be voting against it. There are also a number of other lobby groups who are out there And we have, in fact, I know the Mayor and the streets, a number of them as time has gone by. But when you read the resolutions, the impression is that we're not doing a lot of what is already being asked here. And I think the important thing is that we are doing it. And I think we need to have the opportunity to explain exactly what's being done. The government have protected over 12 million jobs during the furlough scheme at a cost of nearly £62 billion to the government. 95%, the majority, in fact, of self-employed and eligible self-employed have in actual fact been able to tap into the grant schemes that have been available from government. Within the region, we've had over £521 million in business support funding given to us through the local authorities. And in that cause, in the local authority, in this particular local authority, we've done an awful lot to support both our businesses and individuals, including our council taxpayers. The additional restrictions grants is one of the grants that we've actually distributed. There have been 10 grants overall since the start of the pandemic. And we have actually flexed some of those schemes to make sure we can support some businesses who weren't able to originally access those grants, and have done so for some of our hotel sectors, and more recently flexed our scheme in light of the conversations we've had with the private hire and licensed taxi operators. And in fact, we changed our scheme to meet their requirements because they couldn't meet a basic requirement of being able to demonstrate their overheads. So we've done an awful lot. From the council taxpayers' perspective, we've distributed an enormous amount of funds with regard to hardship, £150 additional to those in council tax receipts, benefits, and we've also, put further money, for instance, into the hardship scheme as a council to make sure that those who we wanted to support weren't excluded because the funds had run out. We've also done an awful lot regionally. I must be honest, I find Councillor Caldwell's comment about the combined authority being littered with quangos quite unusual. It's quite democratic and everything goes through the board, so I don't know where that comes from. The Mayor, Andy Street, has used his authority and power to convene a number of groups over the last 12 months to deal with the economic impact that COVID has brought, both through business and through other areas within the economy. He's created the Economic Impact Group, which meets weekly as an advisory body, and in its own right has developed a number of pleas to government to deal with the self-employed and business directors, which is also mentioned within this particular motion.
30 seconds.
And as we speak today, is lobbying government to continue that. We lobby MPs constantly through our leader. We lobby all other bodies that we can through our all parliamentary group. And in essence, those are the reasons why I won't be supporting the motion, because much of what it asks for, we are doing, and we are doing well here in Solihull and in the West Midlands under Mayor Andy Street's leadership.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Slay. Members, before I call Councillor Mrs. Grinsell, if you want to speak, please wave your hand or whatever. Andrew Kinsey's here, writing the names down on the board for me, and you will be called. So, Councillor Karen Grinsell, please. Eleanor Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just really to follow on what Councillor Slay has said, it was recognised early on in the pandemic that not everybody affected by COVID would be eligible for those early grants, and we had the additional restrictions grant funding that we then created the discretionary business grant. So as a council, we then took the decision to extend the support to those residents who operate their business from home or they're self-employed, so they hadn't been eligible to get any of the previous grants. And also businesses that have been set up during 2020 and now into 2021, they were eligible to apply for those grants. But it hasn't just been about delivering the grants and, you know, paying those grants. It's also been about the wider support that we've provided. And as Councillor Sexton has rightly said, a lot of people have been under an awful lot of pressure and a lot of stress. So our business and investment team and our resources finance team, you know, they've come up with ways of helping people. It's not just been about the money, but also they've set up sessions, they've created webinars to help people to deal with some of this stress. The webinars have been about what is mental health. People don't even recognise that they are suffering with mental health. We've created mental health resources and discussed some of that stigma around mental health. So we have provided more holistic support to people. Councillor Slay mentioned the private hire companies. We've even set, I think today actually there was a session with the taxi drivers. Over 80 organisations got involved in that. So we are there to support the people that have been falling through the cracks. What I would say is we've been extending that promotion. We've been promoting as widely as possible. Applications to these discretionary grants is still live. So there is still the possibility for people to apply and check with council staff to see if they are still eligible. And just as an anecdote, I spoke to somebody, phoned me today and actually said they would not know what they would have done if it hadn't have been one of the officers at the council who had been so good with them. They did when they phoned up, they were so polite, they helped them. She said they've been an absolute lifeline, and she actually wanted to say, can I buy them a bottle of wine? You know, that is the level that the extra mile that the council staff have been going. So I just want to show you that that wider support has been on offer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Grinsell. The view is here that yes, she can have a bottle of wine, providing she shares it with us. Right, next then is Councillor Catherine Thomas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that subject of the private hire taxi drivers is actually an interesting one, because that was the reason that I was intending to submit an amendment to this bill, but we decided not to withdraw it because it referred to slightly different grants. But I think I'll explain why I put that amendment forward. So yes, it was great that we extended the discretionary grant scheme to affect private hire drivers. Problem was, the rules we extended it to, or the way we set our rules, was different to the way that the rules were set by some of the other authorities within the combined authority. And as a result, certain taxi drivers, primarily those who lived in Birmingham and are licensed in Solihull, still slipped through the gaps between the two different sets of rules. And in effect, they were excluded, although the wider group of taxi drivers was now receiving some support. So there were subsets who were excluded within that. And this was an issue that I did raise to the council about a week and a half ago. And I know Paul Johnson has been engaging with the other councils in the authority to try and close that gap. And I don't know if that's what Karen's referring to, about maybe that meeting today was the final closure of that gap, in which case, if that's the case, then that's obviously fantastic news. But what that does highlight is, yes, we're supporting people, but there are still people who are falling through these gaps, and it's really important that we catch those. And it can be for a whole variety of different reasons. In this one, it was just living in one place and working in another, and different councils having different rules. And I think this is probably why this sort of motion is important. I know I had another person who was struggling because he sublet. So therefore he didn't own his own premises. Now I'm hoping the discretionary grant has sorted him out now, but that's another example of someone who is ineligible for a different reason. And I think it really is important that help is available to everybody, no matter what their profession. And I think that's what the bill aims to do, and it's why I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Ribeiro, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've read the motion carefully, and I've looked at the points made. And someone who's spent over 25 years of my professional career as a self-employed person, I think I fully understand the difficulties that these excluded people, categories identified, have gone through and experienced. I definitely have no issues with supporting what the motion presents. When it comes to the resolution itself, I don't think I'm in the kind of position here to impose on my fellow councillors. So 3 calls on all councillors to sign the Exclude UK's open letter. So I don't think I would be able to support that by imposing on my fellow councillors. However, I'm more than happy in my private capacity to do just that. So I fully support the motion in what it presents, but I can't actually support all of the 5 sections of that resolution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ribeiro. Councillor Makovitz, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, I think I'm one of the excluded in this, and I, like Councillor Sexton, when the lockdown happened, I was with COVID symptoms, isolating in my bed, and the panic ran through me. What's going to happen? How are we going to carry on the business? People should realize that business requires liquidity quickly, and then it requires confidence and requires a framework and certainty to operate. The first thing that happened was, as soon as the bounce back, the grants were announced, that gave some confidence to a lot of suppliers in the supply chain. What helped my business survive, and I did not need any grant, nor did I ask for any hardship grants, was, first of all, the ability to pivot to do my business on Zoom, Teams. The second thing that helped me in my business was that my suppliers or my customers were saying, you need to do work for us. Don't take furlough, because if you don't do the work, we can't do our work. So the change. So I think the government deserves a lot of credit. Now, to get a scheme that works for everybody in 3 weeks is impossible. And it would just not happen. So the government had to act quickly. And I know that's acknowledged by Councillor Sexton. But for people like me, directors of limited companies, to actually pay my dividends would mean that everyone will have their dividends pay. And then the accusation would go out, well, why are we paying all these rich people their dividends this year? And it gets complicated. What the government did, and the grants given to councillors to the local government have worked and are working well. And I know Councillor Slay has bent over backwards to help businesses. And let's not forget what the council did. They ensured invoices are paid straight away. I talked to a constituent and they said, brilliant job by the council. That they're the barbers in Dorwich. Brilliant job by the council, really supporting us well. I know from my business circle, sadly, some have lost their livelihoods, and that's sad, really sad. Others have pivoted and have increased their business, and some have used the government's bounce back loan to actually take the business to another level. So it's not all doom and gloom, but those people who have suffered, I totally support that we should support them however we can to get them back on track. But also, going in the future, we should support lower corporation tax, more incentives, less regulation to get those businesses up and running. But generally, in my business network, 80 to 90% have weathered the storm and done well. Unfortunately, sadly, 10% have suffered, and then we have to help them. So for the reasons outlined by Councillor Ribeiro and Councillor Slay, I do support the principles and the gist of the motion, but I don't think I can sign up to exclude UK. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Makovitz. Councillor McLaughlin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can add a new emotion that I've been experiencing going through council. On top of deja vu, a bit of exasperation. I just want to explain what call on means. This call on is not saying compel. It's not saying force. It's not even saying instruct. It's basically like saying ask. Now, there is absolutely nothing undemocratic in asking someone to do something. If you were saying they had to then do it, or there was some check to ensure that they had to, I'd have a problem with that. And I too would not be signing up to this. But it's not. It's saying we should ask people to recognise the plight of other people. And I don't think there was an intention of being sort of as tone deaf about, you know, it's not about making sure rich people get their dividends pay as well. It's about people like my sister-in-law who was made redundant, set up a business before the pandemic came into effect, and basically ended up falling through the cracks of this. So there's a lot of people who have been missed. And you're right, it was really, really difficult to get things set up in 3 weeks. But this hasn't emerged in 3 weeks. We've been talking about some people who've been excluded since the outset of this. What I find also a bit strange is how don't talk to lobby groups. I can print out a list, I'm happy to put it online afterwards, of the different lobby groups and think tanks that have private meetings with Conservative MPs. Lobby groups are actually how people make sure their voices are heard. And what's ridiculous here is we have got a group of people who I've not come across them saying anything at all unreasonable. But there's a group here to make sure that people who are self-employed, because they haven't got a union, they're all, largely excluded from engaging in that collective process of making sure their voices are heard. They've done exactly what anyone would do. It's the equivalent of like signing a petition. You put your voices together to make sure that you are heard. I'm not criticising what the council's done or what even the cabinet portfolio holders have done. I think what the officers have done throughout the pandemic has been fantastic. It's been incredibly difficult. I think we're all suffering, with fatigue, but some people have suffered more because we've all been in the same storm, but we've been in different boats. And, looking at people who are in a life jacket rather than on a boat, saying, oh yeah, I feel your pain, actually comes across as a bit galling to some of them. I don't think that's actually how anyone intends to come across. I don't believe so, but I think we have to recognise the audience here isn't one another. The audience here are the people who are experiencing this level of exclusion. As hard as the pandemic's been, it's been harder on some, and these are the people who we should be talking about. It's great that other people have had support, but if I'm here starving and I'm told, yeah, but we gave your next door neighbour some bread, he says it's fine, I'm going to say, well, thank you for that, but my stomach is still empty. That's exactly the situation we're talking about. Nice stories do not help people who are in bad circumstances. That's literally what we're talking about here. And we're saying, how can we help this? How can we put our voices to add to their voices to make sure that other people hear them? If you're in agreement with this, please support it. You're not doing anything undemocratic. You're proving that you have an independence of not only your voice and your mind, but also, your hand to go up at a different time to other people within your party. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this and I hope others will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Tim Hodgson, please.
Thank you very much. Can I make a point of personal explanation? I didn't say don't speak to lobby groups. I said we would not align ourselves to one lobby group over another. We speak to lots of lobby groups. So I'm afraid that Councillor McLaughlin has completely misquoted what I actually say. I didn't say don't speak to them. I said we wouldn't want to align ourselves to one lobby group over another. That's what I said.
Well, thank you, Councillor Slay. Let's go back to Councillor Hodgson, who I think was just about to start off.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I do support the motion brought by Councillor Dr. Sexton. I think that this is a real issue and that we should be supporting. We're not compelling the council to do anything here. We're not going to incur any financial costs as a result of this motion being passed. We're just simply asking that we engage with our MPs and that we get them to look at this particular issue where people have been left out in the government support schemes. I don't think that's a massive ask for us as a council. And as has been highlighted, many people that are in this position
have had to carry on working, haven't been able to, for instance, self-isolate when they've contracted the virus. And there's been so many mistakes made in this crisis by the government. And this is a clear one that can be fixed relatively easily. As I say, it's not going to bring any more burden onto this council. And as has been said by so many others, our councillors responded magnificently to the COVID-19 situation. But this is a clear issue where I think we can show some leadership. We can put pressure on our MPs to get the government to act, to support the many people in the borough that fit into this category that need that support. And I think it's right for us to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor McNaughton, please.
Thank you. I think this is a really important issue, and I think Councillor Sexton and others have made a very good case for us offering support to those who've not been adequately supported by government, despite the early promise to do whatever it takes to do so. To be completely fair, the pandemic obviously required swift action, and as Councillor Sexton said, it's not unexpected that there would be oversights in those circumstances. I think that's inevitable. But when those oversights have become clear, as they have done over time, they should be corrected, and they need to be corrected. I should probably also say that I earn less than half my income through self-employment too. So I was ineligible for support too, as one of those 5%. So I can certainly feel what other people have felt about it. We've heard the things that this council has done to help out locally, which is excellent, but this motion isn't about business grants and all the things that we have done, which are great for those who are eligible. It's about supporting our residents who've been left behind. We've heard that 95% of self-employment people are being supported, but it's easy to underestimate the impact on those 5% who are left. And there are other people too who have fallen through the cracks, not just self-employed people, as we heard from Councillor Sexton earlier. This motion is really simple. It doesn't commit us to do anything more than showing our support for our residents who have been excluded by accident, well, definitely by accident, by asking government to rectify this oversight. It's a really straightforward ask, but if we take the actions outlined in the motion, this council can send a really strong message to government that this really does need to be addressed. And I don't think it's a big ask for us to ask them to do that. So I hope we can all have a good think and find it in our hearts to support this motion, because it's really important for the residents of our borough who do find themselves left behind.
Thank you, Councillor McNaughton. Right, I don't have any further speaker. Sorry, I do. Councillor Mason, and then Councillor Courts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My problem with this, as with so many of the motions that put forward by the Green Party, is that there are elements with which we have sympathy, but they make them so wordy that, you know, we lose the whole sense of this. I could vote for little 2, which says call on the government to address the disparities, etc. Fine, I think we could all agree with that. It's just putting far too much in here, excluded UK, are not an organisation that I know anything about, but I do know that there are other organisations that are doing similar things. So, you know, why pick on this particular one? I also agree, you know, it says call on councillors to write a letter, and then we're told, well, it doesn't actually mean they've got to write a letter. Well, in that case, why put it in? We can't direct our MPs to hold a meeting. We shouldn't be expecting the mayor to do something on this. So if you took everything else out, I'd vote for little 2, but I can't vote for the whole motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Courts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, well, Councillor Mason has touched on it, but Councillor Slay most certainly did in terms of the problem with this motion. And a number of speakers have, mixed up this motion with supporting the people of this borough, and that just must not be taken in that way. As Councillor Slay has said, the problem with this is is supporting one lobby group. The action that this council has taken to top up the support that the government has lended is enormous. And, a lot of these things, in fact, most of them, we have done individually. Now, examples, Councillor Slay referred to Andy Street's efforts, which I often join into. On a weekly basis, I join in a meeting with Met leaders, with Councillor Grinsall, to review the issue of COVID, view that from a health perspective, what might need to be done. We also talk about what lobbying we need to make of government. And, we have written regionally about various of the issues here in support of the people that are needing help. I mean, I'm really object to the statement that has been made, the mistakes of this government. Everyone makes mistakes. This is an unprecedented situation. But, this government quickly produced a scheme, and to my, what is it? 280 billion of financial support has been given out in what the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, has said is one of the best examples of coordinated action globally, which has helped mitigate the damage, holding down unemployment and insolvencies. I don't think you can get a better recommendation than that. And as I said at Cabinet, I think, I'm not just going to keep going on whinging to government, because they are doing the best they can and doing a great job in supporting our people. Now, there's some people that, and it really is tragic that so many people are suffering in this pandemic, and they're the people we ought to be, trying to help. And those are the people we are indeed trying to help, both nationally, but with this council, with the special schemes that we have produced. So, I thank members that have congratulated this council for the work that we have done, because it has been, to my mind, we've got on with the job. Rather than play politics, which I'm afraid has been the media obsession. Indeed, why are we referring it with a motion of 3 million? What we should be thinking about is the people of this borough, and that's what I and my colleagues are all about. And just a point of correction to Councillor Thomas in reference to taxi drivers. I think you'll find that it's Birmingham has the different sets of rules. You can actually be registered with several different areas. What we have a residency qualification, and our discretionary grant basis has been in some ways quite unique. So we are actually don't have the different thing here. In this case, it was Birmingham. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Court. I don't have any others.
Respond to that, because I was referenced in that.
Yes, why not?
That was the point I was actually trying to make when I was trying to talk about aligning things. I realised the problem is more that Solihull is supporting more people than Birmingham. I'm sorry if that didn't come across clearly, but the gap has arisen because the two councils have different rules.
Well, we're like most
thank you, Councillor Thomas. Right, members, now I don't have any more speakers, so what? I beg your pardon? Yes, yeah. So I'm going to ask Dr. Sexton if you wanted to come back before Councillor Caldwell winds up.
I'm happy to leave it to Councillor Caldwell to wrap up there.
I'm obliged. Thank you. Councillor Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to take issue with your choice of words about winding up, because I would never do such a thing to anybody in this chamber intentionally. Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't help that. My apologies. My apologies. If this had happened a couple of years ago, I would have been one of the excluded as well. When I was working in IT, I had a limited company. And I followed the same approach that so many people in my profession would have done, which is of taking part of my salary as, part of my earnings as salary and part of it as dividends. And lots of people do that. I was doing that when I was getting paid £11 an hour as a junior analyst. So I think to say that there's this conception that, oh, if you're getting dividends, it's because you're getting paid scads and scads of cash. That's just not true. Self-employment through limited companies is a very common way of, dare I say it, avoiding giving people employment rights in this current day and age. That's not the only reason, but it's one of them. We've just seen that with Uber. And that exposes you to falling through the cracks of the provision that's been put in place by national government. And like we say, I'm not sure that that was the Chancellor's intention, but that's the outcome. And it's all about outcomes. It's not about intentions. I did want to share a story of a Solihull resident who is a very similar position to one of the other stories that we heard. We'll call them David. They were working for a large manufacturer in Birmingham. They decided to go out on their own, become self-employed. They landed some pretty major clients, and they had the same structure that I did. And then COVID came along and just basically blew up their business, and they lost their clients, and they've lost most of the opportunities because of the nature of the restrictions that we all face. And because of the way they'd structured their business, they were entitled to furlough, but it was peanuts. They lost between 85 and 90% of their income. And that was that. And eventually they found out about the discretionary business grants that Solihull Council was offering, but only in January of this year. So they missed out on lots of opportunity. Now, that's not the council's fault necessarily. It was just that was when this individual found out that this support was available. But had that support been made available correctly through national government, it wouldn't have been incumbent on the council or on this individual to have found out what piecemeal support is being made available by individual councils. Now, I always believe that we shouldn't ascribe to malice what can be explained by oversight. And I would really like to believe that the Chancellor hasn't necessarily had all the information that he's needed to make the right decisions or the right corrections. But after 11 months, I'm kind of struggling with that. I really am. And I just want to cover quickly a few points that have been made during the course of this motion, because it's been really illuminating and instructive. Councillor Slade mentioned what I said in the previous motion, in that he was a little bit puzzled as to how I mentioned that the combined authority used a lot of quangos. He then went on to mention that Andy Street convened many boards. So how are they elected? How does that work? Another point that was made, and this was made a lot by a lot of people who are speaking against this motion, is that we've been speaking about what Solihull Borough has done for people. But that isn't what this motion was about. It was never what this motion was about. It is about what national government hasn't done that it could have done, and we think should have done, to support the 3 million people who still don't have support. Not the few people in our borough that we've been able to support. That is not the point of this motion.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you very much. The last point I want to make, and I'm quite cross about this, is that it puzzles me that the Tory group in Bristol can support this motion and the Tory group in Solihull cannot. And I wonder why that is. And I wonder why it's because no matter what this Green group proposes, it's going to get voted down by the group opposite just because we proposed it. You all know that you're capable of proposing amendments to motions. The Liberal Democrats wanted to do that to the last motion. So if there were bits of this that you could have supported, we would have welcomed an amendment, but you decided not to do that. And that is duly noted. I'll be voting in favour, as you might imagine. Thank you.
Councillor Caldwell. Right. I think I can take it that this will move to a vote. Yes. So Deborah Merry will now conduct that vote.
Councillor Adeyemo.
I'm voting for the motion.
Councillor Allen.
For the motion.
Councillor Alsop.
Against.
Councillor Ashraf.
For.
Councillor Blunt.
Against.
I'll come back to Councillor Brain. Councillor Byrne.
For.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Buxton Sate.
For.
Councillor Caldwell.
Apologies, for.
Councillor Cole.
For.
Councillor Courts.
Against.
Councillor Davis, Mr Mayor. Councillor De Sico.
Against.
Councillor Fairburn.
For.
Councillor Gough.
Against.
Councillor Karen Grensel.
Against.
Grensel.
Against.
Groom.
For.
Councillor Hamilton.
For.
Councillor Hawkins.
Against.
Councillor Andy Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Tim Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Hogarth.
Against.
Councillor Mrs Hull Allen.
Against.
Councillor Holt.
Against.
Councillor Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Makovich.
Against.
McNaughton.
For.
Councillor McCarthy.
For.
Glenn.
For.
Councillor Meeson.
Against the motion as worded.
Councillor Nash. Councillor Nash. With your microphone, please, Councillor Nash. You're saying for. Can you nod your head if you mean for? Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Potts.
Against the motion.
Councillor Keiss.
Against.
Councillor Ribeiro.
Stay.
Councillor Richards.
Against.
Councillor Rolfe.
Against.
Ryan.
Against.
Councillor Dr Sexton.
For.
Councillor Slater.
For.
Councillor Slay.
Against.
Catherine Thomas.
For.
Councillor Paul Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Tilsley.
Against.
Councillor Mrs Wild. Councillor Mrs Wild.
Against. Thank you.
Councillor Williams. Yes, I did. Councillor Wild, thank you. Councillor Williams.
For.
And Councillor Wilson.
For.
And I'm just going to return to Councillor Brain. Are you there, Councillor Brain? Councillor Brain, I think you might be on mute. No, okay. Mr Mayor, the motion is lost.
Is lost. We're now going to move on to agenda item 10, which is the budget framework, medium-term financial strategy and the corporate capital strategy 2021 to 22 and 2030 to 31. Pages 19 to 150 in your agenda pack. Standing Order 14 will apply. Councillor Courts will introduce this item, which covers all points under 10A on the summons sheet. Members will be aware of the need to hold a name vote on decisions relating to the Council's budget and Council tax calculations, items 10A and 10B on the agenda. I will ask the monitoring officer to oversee this process at the appropriate time. I am minded to allow some flexibility with standing orders to allow the leader to present the budget recommendations, and I'll also allow other political group leaders to speak for up to 7 minutes if they so wish. Councillor Courts, would you please present your report under item 10A on pages 145 to 149.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Members, this budget presented tonight, which I'm pleased to present, is a result of 4 meetings of the cross-party budget strategy group, the members' seminar, scrutiny boards, and consideration of a final draft budget, which took place at February full cabinet meeting. The budget is framed in the shadow of a world pandemic that has been truly momentous in its effect on people's lives and incomes, business and our economy. It's created tremendous uncertainty and challenges and has been relentless in its demands on our staff and frontline services. I would mention at the same time that work has been carried out in producing this budget, the officer teams have been tasked with providing financial support to businesses and people. I think 50 million or so extra money has gone through the department. They've generated great praise, I have to say, in the speed and efficiency with which they've discharged their duties, and frankly, I pay tribute to them for this work and dedication. Now, these budget proposals have required a balancing act. From the financial certainties arising from COVID and the duties that the council has been required to carry out, there's significant uncertainty surrounds local government funding. There are ongoing challenges from such matters as the demand for social care as a result of our ageing population and increasing requirements in children's social care. There are indeed risks to the future of business rates growth and indeed the whole basis of future funding for local authorities. Now, the demand for funding increases, but on the other hand, our people are facing tremendous challenges due to COVID. In this case, in this year, the maximum increase that the council can implement for 2021-22 would be 4.99%. And indeed, the indications are that most upper tier councils will be around this level. Now, the budget before council this evening recommends a 2021-22 budget of 151 million and an increase in the level of the general council tax of 1.99% and an increase in council tax for adult social care of 1.5%. I think that this budget gives us a fair and reasonable approach, and indeed it also keeps our council tax to one of the lowest in the region. Apart from budget, I also seek approval of the council's financial strategies and our proposed carbon reduction budget for the second year that we've had one. These proposals deal with pressures in the areas serving our most vulnerable residents. They also provide for place-based investment. They pay significant attention to reducing carbon emissions, and they retain a budget strategy reserve and uncommitted business rates windfall monies. I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback. I don't know whether it's me or whether there's feedback from someone who's not on mute, but if you can hear it okay, then I shall continue. The budget recommendations are all listed in section 2 on pages 19 to 20 of the council book. And in summary, the budget includes a balanced budget across the 3 years of the MTFS with net headroom of 247,000 contributing to the 2023-24 budget strategy reserve. No additional corporate savings are required of cabinet portfolios. Funding for identified COVID-19 pressures across the 3 years of the MTFS. There's further investment in social care services. There's a top-up of reserves in economy and infrastructure. There's a top-up to reserves in children's services and skills. And a prudent approach to budget strategy reserve and the business rates windfall, recognising the pressures, risks, and uncertainties that are facing us. I'll just pause there because I made the number I quoted earlier on. It should have been 2.474 million. I think that was. I might have said something else. Solihull is in a good position to withstand the challenges facing us, but we will need to continue with our rigorous approach to financial planning and management. Our 3-year budgeting process gives us the time to plan and implement budget changes properly with full consultation. Members, given all the work that has taken place over the last few months to put the budget proposals before you, I do hope the council will support me in approving the budget recommendations.
Councillor Coates. Is there a seconder, please?
Councillor Slade.
Councillor Slade. Sorry, Councillor Slade. You reserve your right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do.
Thank you. Right, I'm now going to invite council to debate this motion, but before I do so, I need to remind members, council are being asked to approve a number of recommendations under 10A, which also impact on the decision to be taken under 10B. The recommendations under 10A need to be voted on bloc. We will not be voting on each item separately. If there are any amendments, these need to be set out in writing and a named vote conducted on each one. I'm now going to call for speakers, and if there are any questions, I'll ask the leader to respond.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, as a point of order, the Green Group has submitted 3 amendments to the budget.
Correct. I'm just getting some advice. Shan't be a minute.
Okay, thank you.
That members, right. Members who wish to speak now can do, and then when that is finished, I will then call amendment number 1, and then we'll do that, and then 2, and then 3.
Mr. Mayor, with your permission, procedurally, we should be discussing the amendments first, because if we accept those amendments, then we will know what the budget is, and if those amendments are refused, we will know what the budget is. So we can't debate the budget until we know how it has been amended.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question that relates to what we're being asked to discuss, and I'd rather ask that question before we have the discussion, because it's very important to what we are about to discuss.
All right. Thank you both. If you can just hold from. Councillor Adeyemo, you had indicated that you wished to speak first, so I'm calling you now.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have a question before I actually do that.
Yes.
I have a question about the minutes.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I'll draw the leader to the page 27, the minutes of Cabinet on 11th February 2021. Firstly, I asked the leader, why have we only included an extract of the minutes? Because there are lots of important things that were discussed at the meeting, and these extracts do not give any information to the public about the issues that were discussed. I will refer you specifically to, it's halfway down page 28. You know, the leader confirmed that the council had lobbied the government for additional funding. What this does not say were my objections and the reason why the leader made that statement, because I made very, very valid objections at the time. The second last paragraph, it says members were of the view that the proposed budget was balanced and reasonable. That is not correct. I was not of that opinion, and I made that clear for the reasons I'm going to be giving you in my speech now. Now, from a democratic point of view, I cannot understand why we have put extracts of minutes in something this important. If somebody has gone through the trouble of doing it, why have we not put the full information in? Because now that affects the debate we're having, and that also shines a light on what we have already discussed in the past, and that's not included here. And I just wanted to make that absolutely clear.
Mr. Mayor, in terms of the way the minutes are structured, I think this is the way minutes are always structured in this council. But I'm happy to take advice from officers on this. I mean, this is the way. Sorry?
Okay, that's what I'm going to do now, Councillor Courts, and Deborah Merry will come on.
Firstly, Mr. Mayor, the minutes of the Cabinet meeting are not intended to be a verbatim record of everything that was said, but just to capture the essence of the debate and, more crucially, the decision that was made by the Cabinet. And secondly, any query about the accuracy of the minutes is to be raised at the next meeting of the Cabinet when the Cabinet minutes are presented.
Thank you. I just want it on record that I disagree that it shows the essence, because it clearly does not show my dissent.
Thank you. Okay, now we're having taken advice, we're having speakers first, then we have an amendment, then we'll have speakers. 1 moment, please. 1 moment. This is a point, in fact, Councillor Adeyemo made. So, I will now take Amendment 1, which is from Councillor Mrs Allen to move. Councillor Mrs Allen, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and members, for hearing me out on this budget amendment. Briefly, the words of the amendment are: ring fence up to £10 million for Public Works Loan Board borrowing for the purposes of lending to community-led development schemes within the borough. The finance arrangements will be net neutral to the council across the life of the scheme, as borrowing, interest and administration costs will be repaid by the developer of the scheme. So firstly, who or what are community-led developers? The government has eligibility criteria already set out, but I'll explain a little for those who are not familiar with it. In short, they are constituted community groups that go about building homes for community benefit, much like how almshouses once were. They involve members of a local area who want to build homes for social benefit, which might include cooperatives or homes for social rent. If we wish to specify any of these criteria in lending, we can do, but the reality is that groups that get involved in building homes for local need rather than private profit are already doing what we used to do as a council in terms of providing council houses. However, as the community is involved from the outset, there isn't the same opposition as there might be to some forms of social housing in some areas. What does that mean financially? It means the council helps constituted community groups find part of the funding for any housing schemes they may wish to bring forward, repaying the borrowing and interest to the council, plus any administration costs. So from the financial perspective, it costs the council nothing to help communities build homes. The only cost is in part of the budget strategy reserve between the point borrowing is taken out and the repayments are made. So how are they able to do this? Community-led developers have access to funding streams that the council doesn't, as well as land via community land trusts that the council doesn't. One thing they can't do is get the same rates commercially that we could be able to offer. On these amounts, they'd be looking to repay between 4 to 5% on the loans, which makes many developments unviable. So what risks are involved? in reality, very little risk to the council, certainly much less than other arrangements that the council is considering. It's ultimately a secured loan, as there are assets being created through it. We don't take out the borrowing until it's needed, so we incur no cost until there's a benefit, until there's a benefit being created. If no groups come forward, the headroom in the reserve can be used for other purposes, although we do know of around 3 or 4 groups looking for these sorts of opportunities in the borough. The real risk is if we don't act. We saw the impact of the pandemic on local earnings. The figures for 2020 saw a 6% drop in Solihull compared with 2019, but house prices managed to rise by 3.23% in the same period. These factors have seen our affordability ratio, that's how many times more expensive the average home is to average earnings, rise from 7.6 in 2018 to 9.2 in 2020. Some members of this chamber passed a draft local back plan that expects around 1,000 homes per year to be built across the borough, 15,000 homes across the period of the plan. Anyone who thinks the housing market will be fixed by just building more houses is kidding themselves. The average semi-detached house that was completed in Solihull last year sold for £350,000, more than 11 times average earnings. This money isn't going to revolutionise house building in the borough. It'll build almost exactly the same number of homes as if the council was to build them through SCH, about 50. But it would prove a principle. Not only that, there's no magic bullet to addressing the housing crisis. We've tried getting the council to build more social housing, and we've been knocked back by the controlling group, so hopefully this is the way in which we can build a small number of the homes that the 2,500 families waiting for a home in Solihull need. What's more, it will build homes that are more likely to be environmentally sound, with the community's consent for the people who most need them and at no cost to the council. Best of all, these homes won't disappear through right to buy, meaning that they can continue to benefit the community for generations to come. Before I ask for your support in passing this amendment, I'd like to thank the officers who've been incredibly helpful in bringing this forward. I'd also like to thank my other colleagues who've contributed and who I'm sure will be able to answer questions. The truth is, there's nothing to dislike about it, so I urge you to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Allen. Councillor McLaughlin, you're seconding this. Do you wish to reserve your right?
I am seconding, and I do wish to reserve my right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any speakers, please? Councillor Courts, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Earlier on this evening, Councillor Caldwell said that that our group reject everything that the Green Group put forward. I was tempted, if I had the right response, then I would have responded to that. But I think we have an example here. It really is a shame that the Green Group, having been invited and taking part in budget strategy meetings since middle of last year, I've mentioned there were 4 of them, they come up with a salute, 48 hours, and they put forward a motion of this, it's not a motion, is it? It's an amendment of this sort, because to be honest, these community groups, I like the sound of what I hear in them. There's some really good things here, but I cannot think that the citizens of this borough would think we would be responsible in allocating £10 million of taxpayers' money with no guarantee of a project, no developer. We don't know whether there is a community group, nor do we know whether there'd be security for the money. And indeed, it says it's cost neutral. Well, nothing is cost neutral in this world. I mean, if you get a properly constituted group, that may be the case, but someone will take the risk, and that will fall back on the council unless this is properly done. What I would invite you to do is to withdraw this amendment, which, you know, I for one cannot accept, not because there isn't some good ideas here, but because it's being done, well, in the wrong way. It's a stunt, really. That 48 hours before you come up with something, you know we can't agree to it because £10 million to ring fence for something that we don't know whether it has any legs at all, it isn't something we can support. I mean, no timescales for these projects are notoriously long-winded, and if 10 million is ring fenced for this, it won't be available for something else. But, you know, we would come forward with some interesting propositions, and I'm sure, you know, we would explore them because we would want community engagement. I mean, this is a way of providing housing when with the right sites, but, you know, you've not been knocked back, quite frankly, Councillor Allen, in terms of providing social housing. After 5 years, you chose to knock back the local plan that would have led the way to many affordable and social housing being produced. So please don't say we're knocking you back. We are promoting housing. It's just the technical reasons for objecting to this. But I repeat, on my suggestion, let's be productive. Why don't you withdraw this amendment, and then let's have a look at the proposition, because I've done some homework on this, and you look at the website and there's help there. But have you looked at the route map to a community group project? Well, I have, and you know, you're going to need a few months to even put this together.
Councillor Court. Councillor McLaughlin, I see you wanting to speak, can I stop you? If you speak now, then you will not be able to speak at the end. Not going to speak now, then, yeah.
It was a clarification because I think there were some things that the leader didn't quite understand. Because my concern is if I didn't clarify this now, the debate will be somewhat meaningless. I am reserving my rights still, but on that basis of just, it's a point of personal clarification to make sure that the leader and the rest of his group understand actually what's being debated, because it's not £10 million of borrowing that we're taking out. It's ensuring that the budget strategy reserve maintains enough headroom to cover the interest for the time cost of money of the £10 million that we would only take out as and when a viable scheme comes forward.
Okay.
That we're agreeing
Just
to.
Okay, leave it with me for a second.
Mr. Mayor, in answer, if you ring fence money, you can't use it for a different purpose. It's as simple as that. And what you're doing is depriving good projects, Kingshurst and the like, from funding for something that at the moment hasn't got legs. I mean, 48 hours to do this, sorry.
Okay. I'm moving on because we're getting one or two speakers tonight who aren't coming through me, and they're just chipping in, and that's not in accordance with standing orders, as I think most members are aware. So, Councillor McLaughlin, although you've said what you've said, you still at the moment will have your right at the end, but please not again. I need another speaker as well, because I've heard Councillor Court. I now need anybody else wanting to speak on this one, because if not, I'm going to move. All right, Councillor Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I did a lot of work with Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Allen in getting this amendment ready to be presented to council. And it took a lot of work actually to work out what the best, most prudent and most sensible way to provide this funding would be. And Councillor McLaughlin's absolutely right. The proposal here is not to ring fence £10 million. I feel that needs to be laboured so that it is clear. The proposal is to preserve headroom in the budget strategy reserve to cover a maximal borrowing of £10 million from Public Works Loan Board. And just so that you've got a handle on what the numbers are here, I believe at 2% borrowing, £10 million over 50 years through Public Works Loan Board is at 2% a year. That's about £200,000. So we're not talking about putting £10 million out of the reach of good projects. It's a fraction of that. Well, it's 2% of that as it happens. However, as was explained in the motion text that was read out by Councillor Allen, that money would only ever be drawn down in the event that a viable scheme was brought forward, and if necessary, the council could demand security on that scheme. And I find this idea that there's no such thing as cost neutral quite amusing, because how does any business ever make a profit if that's the case? That doesn't compute for me. The other point that I wanted to make is around what the budget strategy group is and isn't. The budget strategy group is not a forum for these ideas. We all know that. I'm not sure why we keep this pretense up. The budget strategy group is an opportunity for certain councillors to go along and look at what savings or cuts have already been proposed by the administration. That's it. This is not a forum for discussing new ideas, and I reject the idea that it is. This motion is an excellent idea. Sorry, this amendment is an excellent idea and a way to bring on stream other house building opportunities that we wouldn't otherwise get through a developer-led approach such as the one that we're getting in this local plan. So I commend it to the council and I will be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caldwell. Councillor De Seco, please, and then Councillor Slay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find this very difficult to follow. Councillor Caldwell just said that it took a lot of work to put this amendment together. It is quite detailed and it is quite difficult to understand the basic fundamentals of this amendment. But, you know, to just be sprung on us at this late hour, I think is totally wrong. And I don't think we should be expected to make a decision on something which potentially is quite complex on, you know, very short timescales that we've been asked to do this. So surely there must be some sort
of... we've lost you.
Sorry. Can it not go to the Cabinet members' decision-making session for it to be considered there? Why is it just sprung on us at this this meeting tonight when we're trying to agree our council tax for the coming year? I think it's not an appropriate amendment, and I won't be voting for it because I think it's too complex and it's not the right forum to do this.
Thank you, Councillor De Seco. Councillor Makovich, please.
Yes, just to echo the leader, I mean, this is an interesting and a proposal that is worth following up. And I would offer, you know, in terms of cooperation, you know, Councillor McLaughlin has got two avenues to follow this. He can go to my decision-making session with a proposal, or he can write me an email outlining the proposal and get officers to fully investigate it, fully look at the implications, go through all the detail, and that's perfectly fine. Or he can go through scrutiny and develop this proposal. I'm very open to this. It's just that it's not prudent at the 11th hour to suddenly ring fence or even commit money when we don't know fully what we're committing to and what the implications are. But I'm all for communities building where they can get land, and also what Councillor Allen says, an interesting prospect of getting land from somewhere else. All good stuff. Nothing wrong with the proposal. It's just that you can't do it 48 hours before setting the budget with no detail. It's like us saying, well, we want 100 million ring fence for X project, and you as opposition members will not tolerate that without knowing the details. I mean, I could say I want 100 million to be ring fenced for business improvement. Great idea. You're all for business improvement, but what does that mean? You'll be asking us, what does that mean? And obviously, the devil's in the detail of this scheme, as the leader pointed out. So fully open to taking any constructive suggestions, fully open to everything else. It's just that we can't do it in 10 minutes of debate over a WebEx meeting in the council. So sorry, I can't support it, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor Makiewicz. Councillor Slade, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting it either. The point that Councillor Caldwell is missing is that this budget is a recommendation from Cabinet, and Councillor Caldwell attends those Cabinet meetings and didn't choose to raise this matter once in those Cabinet meetings, even at the Cabinet meeting, which is to bring the recommendation forward to this full council. So it's not the budget strategy group, which I might add, they've sat in for the last 5 months and never raised any of these issues, or the scrutiny board meetings, which they've been to. But the key meeting, as the report quite rightly says, is the full Cabinet of the 11th of February. And all that we're doing tonight is bringing a recommendation from that Cabinet. So if this was such an important issue, Councillor Caldwell, surely you should have raised it at the full Cabinet meeting, where we could have given it due consideration. And as the leader quite rightly said, it has merits, and it would be worth considering. But we're not going to take an amendment at the 11th hour, 59th minute, when we've been working on a budget for all of those months. The real best way for you forward on this is for you to withdraw this amendment and then basically support the budget. And as will be the case, if you want to bring these matters forward, bring them forward in the normal way. You're not doing the residents of Solihull any favours whatsoever by bringing these matters forward on the night of a decision on creating a budget from a Cabinet decision of only a few days ago. Absolutely just not on, quite frankly.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Mason, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually quite shocked that Councillor Caldwell does not understand the purpose of the Budget Strategy Group. We've set up this Budget Strategy Group over 10 years ago, and I set it up because I was leader at the time, and we made quite clear that gave the opportunity for opposition groups to feed ideas into the budget setting process. So it was open to any group, any time, to put forward ideas and ask for those to be considered through the Budget Strategy Group. We could then have sent it to the appropriate committee to actually have a look at that, properly scrutinise it. There's no point in bringing this up at the very last minute of the council meeting when we're all sitting at home looking at a screen. How can we possibly have a proper debate and look at the implications of these amendments, just giving it to us, on the hoof, right at the last minute? I can't vote to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Diane Howell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to echo the comments that my Meriden Ward colleague, Councillor De Sico, has just said. I think this is a really interesting proposal. We have Meriden Ward with a real lack of affordable housing for our youngsters who've grown up in the area, and I think it's a crying shame that this stunt is being pulled. Councillor Allen, I'd implore you, if you are as serious as I am about solving our housing crisis and about looking for more creative opportunities to build the homes that our community needs, please will you draw this amendment so that this project can be explored through the proper channels, because as it stands, I can't support this amendment, and it is with regret.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Caldwell, I believe you wanted to come back with a point of clarification.
Thank you. Yes, as I've been referred to twice by name by two councillors, I just wanted to clear a couple of things up. One, as councillors say well knows, I don't get to decide what goes on the Cabinet agenda. So saying that I had the opportunity to raise it at the Cabinet is factually incorrect. Number two, as Councillor Mason, I think, would know if he was there last year, I was on the Budget Strategy Group last year, and I've seen exactly how it actually works in practice versus how it's advertised to work in this session. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caldwell. Right, and now, oh, beg your pardon, Councillor Richards, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make my position quite clear. There's no way I would support this amendment. I'm becoming extremely concerned over recent years that the official opposition come this Johnny-come-lately attitude at a budget-making meeting by sticking in amendments which, at the end of the day, if they were brutally honest, they're not going to support our budget. They've never supported our budget, and it's just a stalling tactic that they seem to turn up with every year. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're just grandstanding, wasting everybody's time on this council. It's quite simple. What we need to do tonight is support the recommendation of the Cabinet. There's been more than plenty of opportunities to put forward any other suggestions as to how the finance of this council are operating. Thankfully, we've got a very responsible Conservative administration, which tonight are putting forward an extremely sensible and sustainable budget in the best interest of our council taxpayers and taking this council forward financially in the best possible way. I'm getting really fed up. I mean, I think it must be about 6 or 7 years now, this, the official opposition just grandstands everything, and at the end of the day, they're not working in the interests of the residents of this borough. They've just got their own stupid ideas, which they're not prepared to put forward in a proper and reasonable manner, which can be considered sensibly. So as far as I'm concerned, let's get on with the job of approving a very, very good budget produced by this Conservative administration, and let's stop mucking about like we are this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Richards. Councillor Mrs Hull Allen, please.
Very much, Mr. Mayor, and I have to support absolutely everything that Councillor Richards has just said. And you can hear a little bit of anger in my voice because, yeah, I'm angry. Because over the years, many, many years back, we used to come to this, the Conservatives having been in power pretty often in this in the time that I've served this council. And we've come to budget making, as I call it, the tax making like we're doing tonight. And there's never been anything else said before, and we've usually got through it fairly quickly. With I think we call it the budget strategy group, don't we? And more than once over the years, I have said at this meeting, when we're looking at the council tax, how good I think it is to have had that introduced. I heard exactly what Councillor Slade said. He was absolutely right. It worked very well. And I think it's just very sad that the current opposition that we now have is not letting that happen. Bringing amendments to council is really muddying the waters. We've got a job to do. You've been doing it, some of you, when you sit on that strategy board together. And I think it's a disgrace that this is happening at the moment. I really find it appalling that you're really messing about the integrity, really, of this council. I've got a lot of time for having an opposition. We know you're keen and you work hard, but it's not good enough to simply come at the last minute with things which are all a bit messy. I shall certainly be supporting what we're going for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs Hull Allen. Councillor Tim Hodgson, please.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Mayor. And I think that some of the comments I'm hearing from the Conservative group are getting rather silly. And also, I would say that there isn't a consistency in what we're hearing between members on the Conservative side. Some have actually said there is merit in the proposals that we put forward here. And then others are saying that these ideas are stupid. So I don't think they can quite make up their minds between them this evening, which isn't very, it doesn't fill me with confidence about the administration that's running our council. I would say there is a merit in putting forward this proposal from Councillor Allen. I support it. We can't just ignore the fact that we've got a housing crisis in the borough. This is well thought out and costed, and it also has been signed off by the 151 officer of our council. And I just remind members on the other side, councils up and down the country are setting their budgets right now, and opposition groups put forward amendments at all of those meetings. It's not uncommon. There are Conservative groups all over the country right now putting forward amendments to councils where they don't run the place. It's not uncommon. And quite frankly, properly, this is the meeting where opposition does come forward with ideas. That's what we've done. and we'll take a vote. We'll see what happens. But I just want to correct the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Dr. Sexton, please.
Hello there, thank you. So I just want to address this narrative that seems to be being brought up, that when we bring things to full council, the idea that anything we bring is, just by its very nature, because we're bringing it, it's a political stunt. And Councillor Richards mentioned that he was really fed up, and he's not the only one who's really fed up, because I think a number of us in this chamber are really fed up, because I think if full council is seen as a way just to nod things through, then yes, it is actually, in fact, a waste of all of our time, because there's no good reason for any of us to be here if that's what's going on. Now, there are several points made on a previous motion when we were talking about democracy and the importance of democracy. And part of that involves having debates about some of these topics and bringing things. And I think it's reasonable to consider that our amendments and our ideas be considered fairly. Now, perhaps we've overestimated the ability of some members opposite to read and analyse the information that we've put forward. You may say that we should have given extra time, but my experience in the time that I've been on this council is that actually there's never a good time for us to propose things, because there is always a reason, there will always be a reason for not supporting what we're proposing. It's either proposed too late, or it's not appropriate at the time, or it's not in the right meeting, or there's always a reason for it. And I would invite the council to consider whether this is actually a useful way of conducting democracy, because it's not what I see when I watch meetings online from councils around the country. Actually, I see some excellent debates going on. I see opposition groups bringing amendments and motions, and these being debated properly. So I wonder whether actually it's not us who have failed to understand what democracy actually involves.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Sexton. Councillor Catherine Thomas, please.
The point I just wanted to make, and a lot of it probably echoes what Rosie said there, but for me, the fact we're having this debate now says perhaps our budget setting process is flawed, and maybe we need to go back and revisit this. If you're wanting us to contribute things earlier, maybe we need a process by which we can actually do that, and we feel that it's going to be debated and trusted seriously.
Unbelievable.
And I think this is where I know someone's trying to talk over me, but I think I have the right to speak at the moment. And I think that maybe the problem here is that the perception that the opposition have and the perception that the ruling group have are very different, and we get very different experiences out of the meeting, and we have very different frustrations. And maybe if we're actually going to make this all work together, maybe we just need to learn to talk to each other a bit more and actually listen to some of those frustrations and say, what can we do differently, and just how can we improve the process all in all. At least that's what's come out to me tonight.
Thank you. I have one more speaker. I'm not taking any more speakers. We still have 2 more amendments to go through. And the final speaker, therefore, is Councillor Gough.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take issue with what the last 2 speakers have said. It's actually wrong. We have come together on many occasions where we've been able to agree on motions, but they have to be presented in a sensible manner and a sensible timescale. You know, 3 amendments to a budget which we're trying to get through, you know, for the good of our residents. How can we be expected to make amendments like this with 48 hours notice? There is a method. We have a strategy group, which is it is the time for discussing these matters. We have scrutiny boards. We have cabinet, meetings. This is not the time. It's just grandstanding. We need to get this budget through for our residents. And now is not the time to sit here debating things that should have been presented far, far, far earlier. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gough. Right. Councillor Mrs. Allen, do you wish to say anything at this point?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think a lot of it has been said, and I think that Councillor McLaughlin is going to pick up things as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McLaughlin then, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can understand why the controlling group might not want to talk about the merits of this and just say, you know, all the reasons why they will refuse it. And I was really encouraged when the leader came out and saying that's actually got some merit, and you know, Councillor Makovitz thinks it's got some merit. And I think now I understand what the process is. We propose something, they refuse it, and then later on we see it on a Conservative leaflet saying they proposed it and they accepted it, because that's what happened on allocation 13. That's what's happened with the proposal for putting more homes in Solihull Town Centre. That's what happened with the climate emergency bill. So I'm hoping that this is a good enough proposal that the Conservatives want to put it on their literature later on. And Councillor Courts, there's nothing factually incorrect that I've said there, and I can evidence it if needs be. So there's no point in trying to butt in and correct it. And I would ask Councillor Slay not to come off mute again and rudely interrupt one of the speakers, just to explain how this works, because obviously I understand that 2 paragraphs, it can be difficult for some people to understand in the space of 48 hours. I've had to read through 400 pages in that period of time before, so I'm pretty sure it's possible to be able to do that. And that's actually how we as opposition are often treated with massive matters. For example, the draft local plan, which actually had over 10,000 pages of information, it went live for consultation. We were expected to have an opinion on that on the day it went live for consultation. So Councillor Gough, if you think this isn't a debating chamber, unfortunately your group have misled you in terms of what the responsibility of a councillor is. This is where we make decisions. If you're making decisions before you come to the chamber, I suggest that you don't ever sit on planning committee, because your votes would be found wrong by any judge overlooking that. So that's really important that we do discuss things. Now, in terms of the merits of this, because I'm sure that you don't understand this, because the way in which it was explained is we're reserving £10 million of borrowing. No, we don't take out £10 million of borrowing. We are saying, making a signal to community-led developers, to community-led groups, if they can find land and they can find a scheme which fits within the budget of £10 million, which gives, you know, maybe it's 5 different schemes, all of 10 houses, and they could actually bring forward a scheme. They can come to the council and go, look, this is a viable scheme. My apologies for the phone ringing. This is a viable scheme within this budget. Can we come to you for the borrowing? Because we can't make it work on 4.5% borrowing, but we could make it work on 2.5% borrowing. Now, then what happens, we overlook the scheme, make sure it's credible, it works within our risk appetite, it meets our other goals, it meets the other agendas that we've got. We take out that borrowing and we lend it on. So there's practically no risk. All that we're doing is acting as an intermediary. It fits with what PWLB is set up for, Public Works Loan Board, because it's actually for the social benefit. And this is something that there is literally nothing to object to. That £200,000, which would in effect be the maximum liability of the budget strategy reserve if the full 10 million went out, would diminish over the period of a year. So when we get closer to April and no one's come forward, it's not going to cost us £200,000 because it wouldn't be accruing a whole year's worth of interest on that. So it's actually really useful in terms of how budgets are set. You're not going to lose money. If something comes in last minute, great. That £200,000 is going to diminish. I'm sure there are members in the controlling group who understand that about finance. If you don't, then maybe voting on a budget isn't what you're qualified to do. So I'm really frustrated because we're told it's always either too late or it's aligning us with another group. By the way, when that was said before, Councillor Slay, maybe you want to speak to the MP of Solihull who's fronted a campaign for an outside lobby group in relation to fuel tax. So, you know, it's ridiculous what gets said and it is gaslighting and I'm sick of it because I agree with what Councillor Sexton's saying. It's not a good use of our time or officers' time if none of this is actually going to be debated, discussed, considered and voted upon. It's determined beforehand. It's a waste of time.
Mr. Mayor, a point of personal explanation. Mr. Mayor, Councillor McLaughlin, first of all, if I didn't unmute, you implied I did deliberately. I didn't. I did it inadvertently and I apologise. And also you've made reference to the previous debate about lobbying. I make the point again, as I did, we did not say we do not speak to lobby groups. We just say we don't align ourselves to individual lobby groups.
and Councillor Slay. Right, we're now going to move to the
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I've been referenced by name, so I'd like to respond.
but it's happened. Just one moment.
So, Mr. Mayor, for clarity, if I could read out Standing Order 16.2, which refers to personal explanation. And it says, a personal explanation shall be confined to some material part of a former speech by him which has clearly been misunderstood in the present debate and shall not exceed 2 minutes. So, Mr. Mayor, if the personal explanation meets that criteria, then the member may be allowed to speak. So is it a material part of a former speech that has clearly been misunderstood?
Just like to comment on what
Councillor Goff, is this a material part of the earlier speech?
Mr. Mayor, it was, but you know, for the sake of everybody wasting any more time, I'll withdraw and let's carry on.
Thank you, Councillor Goff. I'm obliged. Councillor Courts, is yours a point of order explanation?
Mr. Mayor, I'm really concerned about the way this has gone. Councillor McLaughlin stopped me raising a point, and out of courtesy and not wanting to interrupt, I let him continue. There's plenty of things he said that were factually incorrect, but frankly, you know, it's just a bit of electioneering. One thing that has been misunderstood is there's no question about what we said was this whole concept of community housing needs looking at. What we said was this is the wrong time to do it and this is the wrong motion.
For that, I'm moving on. We're going to take the vote. I do this. Yeah. Okay, Deborah Merry will now take the vote.
So, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, we are voting on the amendment proposed by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Adeyemo.
For the amendment.
For the amendment.
Councillor Alsop.
Against.
Councillor Ashraf.
For the amendment.
Councillor Blunt.
Against.
Councillor Byrne.
For.
Butler.
Against.
Councillor Buxton Sate.
For.
Councillor Caldwell.
For.
Councillor Cole.
Abstain.
Councillor Courts.
Against.
Councillor Stuart Davis, Mr. Mayor. Councillor De Sico.
Against.
For.
Councillor Goff.
Against.
Against Councillor Goff.
Against. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Karen Grinsell.
Against.
Councillor Robert Grinsell.
Against.
For.
Councillor Hamilton.
For.
Against.
Councillor Andy Hodgson. Councillor Andy Hodgson. Oh, thank you. Got you. Councillor Tim Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Hogarth.
Against.
Allen.
Against.
Councillor Holt.
Against.
Councillor Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Makovich. Councillor McNaughton.
For.
Councillor McCarthy.
For.
Councillor McLaughlin.
For.
Councillor Meeson.
Against.
Councillor Nash. Sorry, with your microphone, please, Councillor Nash.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Potts.
Against the motion.
Councillor Keiss.
Against.
Councillor Ribeiro. Councillor Richards.
Against.
Councillor Rolfe.
Against.
Councillor Ryan.
Against.
Councillor Dr. Sexton. Councillor Dr. Sexton.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Slater.
4.
Councillor Slay.
Against.
Councillor Catherine Thomas.
4.
Councillor Paul Thomas. Councillor Paul Thomas. Councillor Thomas. Councillor Tilsley.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Wild.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Wilson.
4.
And just coming back to Councillor Paul Thomas. Are you there, Councillor Thomas?
Sorry, against.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the amendment is lost.
That one, as you heard, is lost. Moving on then to Amendment 2. So Councillor Ashraf will move the amendment. Councillor Ashraf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We welcome the work that has gone on into the draft inequality strategy presented recently to the Health and Wellbeing Board. And we want to recognise what our brilliant public health team are doing when we work in collaboration. The COVID-19 pandemic, as all of us have seen today and has been demonstrated, the energy and the dynamism of our communities, the community and the voluntary sector working in tandem across the borough. Communities rallied round in a whole variety of ways to meet local needs. Fairer places have significantly better outcomes socially and economically. The MTFS has a substantial section on trying to reduce and manage demand for our services, yet research is clear that having less money means people are more likely to be ill, to experience crisis, and to need council services, which costs a huge amount of money. As you know, Solihull has a very high degree of inequality and unfairness. The most obvious effect of this is the 12-year difference in life expectancy between the wealthiest areas in the borough and the least wealthy areas. High levels of inequality also damage well-being, social cohesion, and economic performance. That's why we are proposing a Fairness Commission to help us to dig deeper into the problems of inequality in Solihull. This will consist of one half-time member of staff for a year to coordinate the work, working with representatives from the public, voluntary, community, private, and academic sectors, and those with relevant experience who will be invited to give evidence and to propose recommendations. To make this work as effective as it can be, we need to get our whole community involved. We're calling for a genuine co-production, not just token consultations or a report on progress presented at a meeting. We cannot effectively tackle inequality without also addressing financial and educational inequalities and the challenges affecting different sections of our population. These are deep-rooted issues, and we need a joined-up approach that has the power to look at these aspects of the problem together. The main evidenced economically sound way to reduce demand is to help the least well-off to be better off. In other places, including Islington, Greater Manchester, Camden, fairness commissions have been set up to examine the problem and to propose local solutions that will help to reduce inequality. So why does this matter? Inequality costs the council money. We're seeing rising demand across children's services, adult social care, mental health services, domestic abuse services, drug and alcohol services, and more. Even a small reduction in inequality would save the council money in the long run, far more than this commission would cost. And as we turn up the mantra of levelling up from a soundbite into actionable policy, we will have to carefully consider how to respond to the evolving impacts of COVID-19, as well as pay heed to the pre-existing differences in the challenges facing us here in Solihull. We have to address this problem together. Inequality is the main driver for almost all of our services, and especially the most expensive services. For example, health and social care are close to half of our budget. Inequality hurts everyone, not just the poorest, and it harms society as a whole. Many of the problems that cost us the most money and that we spend most trying to solve are related to inequality. So my proposal is, if we want to be serious about change, one thing is about diving into the language. Yet again, the MTFS doesn't address poverty or acknowledge that there is a problem. Inequality and the word inequalities are mentioned once each in 4.5.3. And finally, we as a borough should be catching up and not falling behind. We should recognise that this Fairness Commission is a great opportunity for all of us, and that by working together, we can produce some of our best work for the people of Solihull. I urge you to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ashraf. Councillor Dr. Sexton, I understand you'll be the seconder, and are you going to reserve your right to speak?
Yes to both of those, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Sexton. Do we have any speakers then, please? Councillor Karen Grinsell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Ashraf for some of the content of what you've said. At the beginning, you acknowledge the great work that is being done by our public health team, and we have to acknowledge that this work has been done council-wide as well. So I don't disagree with much of what you've said tonight. What I do disagree with, though, and what I can't support here, is the fact that, once again, you bring something to full council when we could have put it in the budget previously. But having said that, let me tell you what we're actually doing. You mentioned a full-time member of staff for a year. Now, I believe that a Fairness Commission would actually probably set us back a year, because we're already doing this work. We already have a member of staff that is dedicated to the inequalities work that we are undertaking. If you look at the next papers for the Health and Wellbeing Board next week, you will see that the inequality strategy is actually coming back to the Health and Wellbeing Board next week. And I also believe that the Health Scrutiny Board also has health inequalities on its work plan and will be discussing this at their March meeting. So I would suggest to Councillor Ashraf that we are doing this work. It might be wise if perhaps she gets on future scrutiny boards rather than leaving it all to Councillor Sexton. So we welcome the input. The actual strategy as it goes to the Health and Wellbeing Board will be ready for wider consultation. That will go to stakeholders, partners, and very importantly, voluntary and community sectors and communities themselves to input into the work that we will be undertaking. Let me tell you, the number of meetings I go to where inequality is now being addressed is phenomenal. So at every level, whether it's here in the council, whether it's the ICS board, whether it's the West Midlands Combined Authority, everybody has inequalities at the forefront of their agenda. So I would ask Councillor Ashraf to withdraw the amendment. I would ask her to support the budget, because then we can really start tackling health inequalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grinsell. I don't have any other speakers at the moment. Sorry. Councillor Tim Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to say that I fully support this amendment from Councillor Ashraf, and it is actually a very similar amendment to the one we put forward last year. So it hasn't been sprung on you at the 11th hour. cabinet member. I'd just like to point that out. And I think that it's absolutely an issue we need to address, and we've set up a mechanism here, we've proposed a mechanism here to really have a deep-rooted look into this issue and to recognise, as Councillor Ashraf has very well put forward in her speech in support of this amendment, that 12-year gap in life expectancy. I'm certainly not satisfied to sit back and allow that to happen. This would, as would previous proposals, add value to our budget process, and I fully support it. But I would like to just say that it isn't a new proposal. We have put this forward before, and you've had plenty of time. You've had 12 months to think about it, in fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Anyone else? Councillor Caldwell.
Mr. Mayor, I've got my hand up as well.
Councillor Mason, was it?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this one brief. I think that this is an initiative that is really designed to give us a broader view of what inequality and fairness looks like in the borough. And as Councillor Ashraf and indeed Councillor Karen Grinzel have mentioned previously, public health team are doing sterling work, and we know that these things are on the scrutiny board agendas and health and wellbeing board agendas. But I kind of have to come back to the argument that we made last year, which is that if the existing systems were working well, we wouldn't be in the situation that we find ourselves in now. And that is why we're proposing something different. So whilst I completely acknowledge that the topic is being discussed, the progress that's being made isn't fast enough. And what we know from having observed how these fairness commissions work in other boroughs, I won't mention them because I remember what happened last year when we mentioned Islington, is that they make a real difference. They make a real difference to the outcomes for the residents of those boroughs. And that's why we felt, particularly after the year that we've just had, that it was really important to get this back on the agenda. And it's not grandstanding, it's something that we've observed elsewhere works, and it can work here as well. And that's why we put this forward and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caldwell. Councillor Mason, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Mrs. Grinzel has already pointed out, this is the wrong way of going about this. This is something that should be taken to the Health and Wellbeing Board for discussion and see what comes out of that, to the Health Scrutiny Board, where it can be properly examined and a decision is made. There's no point in bringing it the last minute to a council setting the budget. And we heard Councillor Dr. Sexton said in her criticism of the budget making meeting that we're expected to just nod through decisions. Well, that's what the Green Party is doing this evening. They're bringing forward at the last minute amendments and expecting that those will be nodded through instead of going through a proper process of examination by the council. And Councillor Thomas said we need a process for making sure there's involvement of all parties in setting budgets. That's the reason that we set up the Budget Strategy Group years ago, because prior to that, what used to happen at budget making session is the Conservatives would bring forward a budget, the Labour group would bring forward a budget, and sometimes the Liberal Democrats would bring forward a budget. So we'd have three different budgets we would have to debate. So it was decided, and all parties agreed to this, that it was much more sensible to set up a group that met in months before the budget setting so that we could look at issues that we needed to address in the budget. So I just cannot vote for these last minute amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor O'Halloran.
Mr. Mayor, well, I can't vote for this last minute idea either. I can't not support what Councillor Ashraf has said. Of course she's right about what's happening. But with respect, we have got the Wellbeing Board, and certainly the democratic board that you have on this council, that is our scrutiny board, Adult Health Scrutiny Board. You perhaps you speak to your friends and colleagues that are sitting on it, and maybe next year get onto that board. Because believe you me, we have very regular meetings. We have meetings with officers and representations to come to talk about the various subjects that indeed you've been discussing. It's an extremely democratic process. In fact, one or two people have been banding about this evening that things aren't democratic. Well, we are on this council, and also we've been meeting up with our councillors on a regular basis on a privately for about half an hour every fortnight to be kept up to date. In particular this year, which with COVID, I think it has been probably one of the busiest, if I may say so, but not perhaps cabinet, one of the busiest scrutiny boards we've had, very often finishing very late, but because the general debate and discussion is very sincere, very honest. A lot of our members on that board come forward with a lot of experience themselves, and we also, of course, do bring people to come and talk to us, and if needs be, we ask them to come back again to give further a further review of something like the ambulance about 18 months ago now, when we had a few worries about that, went off, and they came back again a few months later, then things had improved. So we have a lot of influence, and I think the scrutiny board myself, I have had the privilege of chairing it, and it is a privilege, particularly this year because of the COVID situation, of course. So I think bringing these things at the last moment, and I think Councillor Meeson's just said so, is quite ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ribeiro, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just slightly puzzled with the notion that a Fairness Commission should be appointed to effectively, I suppose, supplement the work of the Health and Wellbeing Board. I looked at the last report and, for example, it says in step 1 was evidence gathering, and that included insights from what communities are telling us is important. For example, through our existing community champions networks, regional engagement activities around the differential impact of COVID on BAME groups, from service users, and in collaboration with organizations such as Healthwatch. So for me, the evidence gathering already being undertaken in the existing draft strategy seems to cover the actual thrust of this amendment. So I'm really trying to make a judgment on whether the council's existing policy and procedures on doing exactly what I assume this other body would propose to do cannot be that different. So I really am not convinced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ribeiro. Right, I'm moving on now then, and just 1 moment, please. Yeah. Councillor Ashraf, do you wish to speak again at this stage?
No, thank you, Lord Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Councillor McLaughlin, quickly.
Yeah, I will be very quick. I'd like to thank Councillor Ribeiro for engaging in a constructive manner on this. And I do think that this is important. And I'm really glad that the same arguments of this was proposed too late only came up a few times within the objections to this, because this was actually proposed a year ago, almost identical to this. So there was every opportunity for it to come forward. But in answer to Councillor Ribeiro's question, if those structures and the means that we currently have in place were working, we wouldn't have the issues that we have now. So it's demonstrating that there is a need for something more and something different. And so that's the reason why this has come forward. I just, in that case, I have one further thing just to add on this, which is the Conservative group who have a problem with amendments coming forward on budgets maybe need to speak to their colleagues in Batley and Spen or Harrow or any other council around the country where they're putting amendments forward to budgets, some of which have only been published today. So you're more than welcome to go and have a look there. And I look forward to how they will react when they're not in control of this council, because I think that's the only way positive change is going to come forward. Thank you.
Councillor Dr. Sexton, you reserved your right. Do you wish to speak now?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor McLaughlin is quite right that 12 months ago, we brought this very same motion or something very close to it. Now, a lot's changed in that time, and nearly all of that has moved us in the wrong direction. Of course, there's been a pandemic, which no one could have anticipated, but that has exacerbated and exposed some deep-rooted inequalities. And we're talking about those, as Councillor Grinsell says, we are talking about those in many of the meetings that we're in. We talked 12 months ago about the impact of inequality on health and about the 12-year life expectancy gap between different wards of our borough. And that was our position coming into this pandemic. Since then, we've seen that financial and racial and existing health inequalities have affected who's most likely to catch COVID, who's most likely to die from COVID, access to testing, willingness to take up vaccinations. We've seen educational inequalities being exacerbated by the challenges of lockdown and home learning, which have had an unequal impact on our children. And we've seen financial inequalities made worse by the gaps in the safety net and the unequal support to those whose jobs have been affected, as we discussed earlier. Now, Councillor Ashraf and I work very closely together, and we've talked about this at some length. So it's not that she doesn't understand the process. Councillor Ashraf is doing some excellent work on other scrutiny boards where issues relating to inequality are also being discussed. Because this is the point, inequality is not a siloed issue that sits under one specific portfolio. It runs like a stick of rock through everything that we do at Council. And it's so important that we bring together all of those different elements. It's not something that we can do on our own. I recognise the excellent work that has been going on the inequality strategy by our very hard-working and frankly overwhelmed public health team who are trying to manage a pandemic at the same time. But if I might talk about the process, when the Health and Wellbeing Board were presented with a report on how things are going, and we're offered the opportunity to ask questions. But that's not the same as genuine co-production, where our ideas are being fed in at the very first stage of the process into developing that strategy. I mean, I raised a question on the draft strategy about why, for example, one of the priorities wasn't around the impact on young people and the impact that educational inequalities and the loss of schooling was going to have on that generation, because that hadn't been written into the strategy. Now, I don't know whether that will now be written in or whether that was too late and again, the wrong time to raise that point. But I did raise that. So this is my frustration with this, because actually there does seem to be no right time to raise some of these points. And with respect to Councillor Hall-Allen, who chairs the scrutiny board, the health scrutiny board, I mean, I had some experience trying to get an item onto the agenda recently, and it took me, I believe, somewhere in the region of 6 emails and a good amount of my time in order to ensure that the person responsible for primary care vaccinations was invited to their scrutiny board meeting on vaccinations.
30 seconds.
And it was only a question to full council, which eventually cleared that up. So some of these processes are really difficult, and we do want to contribute and we do want to be constructive. We brought this motion a year ago. You've had plenty of chance to think about it. All we're asking is that we can go further than we're going at the moment, and that we can do this work in collaboration with the people it most closely affects, with those communities, with businesses, with voluntary sector organisations. In health and social care, we talk about the principle of nothing about us without us. This shouldn't be about bureaucrats and officials making decisions about the lives of communities. We need to get people from those communities involved and telling us what they need so that we can do this work together.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Right, I now propose to move to the vote on this amendment, and I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to conduct a name vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Adeyemo, please.
Voting for the motion.
4.
Against.
Councillor Ashraf. Councillor Blunt. Councillor Blunt.
Sorry, against.
Councillor Brain.
The motion.
Was that 4? Sorry, Councillor Brain.
Pardon. Yes, it's 4.
Thank you. Councillor Byrne.
4.
Against.
Councillor Buxton Sate.
4.
Councillor Cordwell.
4.
Councillor Cole.
4.
Councillor Courts.
Against.
Mr. Mayor. Councillor De Sico.
Against.
4.
Councillor Karen Grensel.
Against.
Against.
4 again.
4.
Against.
Councillor Andy Hodgson. Sum up, that's a 4. Thank you. Councillor Tim Hodgson.
4.
Councillor Hogarth.
Against.
Councillor Mrs Hollallen.
Against.
Councillor Holt.
Against.
Councillor Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Makovich. Councillor McNaughton.
4.
Councillor McCarthy.
4.
4.
Councillor Meeson.
Against.
Councillor Nash. With your microphone, please, Councillor Nash. Can you just nod if you're saying 4? I think that's what you're doing. Yes, thank you. Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Potts.
Against.
Councillor Keiss.
Against.
Councillor Ribeiro.
Against.
Richards.
Against.
Councillor Rolfe.
Against.
Councillor Ryan.
Against.
Councillor Dr Sexton.
4.
Councillor Slater.
4.
Councillor Slay.
Against.
Councillor Catherine Thomas. Councillor Paul Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Tilsley.
Against.
Councillor Mrs Wild.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
4.
And Councillor Wilson.
4.
Mr Mayor, the amendment is lost.
The amendment is lost. We now move on to okay. Members, I've had a request for a quick comfort break. So 5 minutes and we will return. Thank you.
I'm going mad.
Hello, everyone. Is everybody back? Yes, I can see you waving, Diana, and Flo. Yes, and Steve. Right. Right, we're on the third one now. Go. Here we go. Right. All right, members, we're going to move on now to the third amendment in the name of Councillor McNaughton. Councillor McNaughton will move this, and I believe Councillor Caldwell will be seconding. So, Councillor McNaughton, please.
Thank you. We were pleased to see that the Cabinet budget brought forward its net zero action plan. Sorry, not Cabinet budget. Cabinet brought forward its net zero action plan green paper this month, and that's been issued for public consultation in the next couple of weeks. And the IPCC's special report of 2018 is very clear that we need to go much faster than previously thought if we are to limit global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030. Although this plan is still predicated on a 2041 target, it's still a step along the path to achieving net neutrality. One eye-opening statistic from that green paper is that as recently as 2017, over half of all this borough's carbon emissions came from buildings, and almost half of that was from domestic buildings. Flats and houses like yours and mine generate a quarter of all the carbon emissions in Solihull. And that's startling because the technology to improve buildings' energy efficiency is not new. Whether it's insulation, more effective heating systems, double and triple glazing, solar PV and hot water, or alternative construction materials, it's a long list, and there isn't a problem in search of a solution. The solutions already exist and are on the market today. And while we know uptake is happening, we also know that we need to move as quickly and boldly as we can when it comes to picking the low-hanging fruit in our response to the climate emergency. So we're proposing a property energy improvement scheme, which will accelerate the process of making our domestic and commercial buildings fit for a zero emissions future. This scheme makes £700,000 available over 3 years and will be open to all who apply to with eligibility criteria to ensure that those who are least able to commit financially to that future receive the most help in doing so. We know that the pandemic has hugely impacted both small businesses and individuals' ability to invest. Now is the time for the Council to step in and lend a hand. The eagle-eyed among you may have noticed that the Council is also planning to apply for funding from the Green Homes Grant. And while this is good news, the grant doesn't cover small business properties and it's not assured funding. We cannot do too much to fix this problem, which is why we bring this amendment in addition to, not instead of, that application. The scheme will in the first instance be funded from our own budget strategy reserve. However, later in the Council meeting, you'll see that we're to discuss a recommendation from Cabinet around a potential financial provision to Birmingham Airport. Now, we can't discuss the specifics of that provision in a public setting, but any commercial loan can generate a return. In the event that the recommendation is accepted, a responsible council wanting to show leadership on the climate emergency would use any such return to provide the liquidity for this scheme, and in so doing provide some redress to its residents for the increase in emissions that any airport recovery will inevitably provoke. To be clear, we don't say that this scheme should be dependent on accepting the recommendation from Cabinet. The scheme should be funded regardless, because savings in the carbon's emissions beget reductions in energy purchasing, which in turn allows for that money to be spent into the local community. And this scheme will give a boost to the small construction and green tech firms, which is sorely needed after the year they've faced. Even on its own merits, this is a clear investor save opportunity, but it's also the right thing to do. It's the influential thing to do. It will be seen to commit the benefits we get from having an airport in our borough to combating the climate emergency to which aviation unavoidably contributes. We as a council can show leadership by increasing our support for our residents and small businesses to make meaningful changes at a time when their finances have been hammered by the pandemic. The climate emergency will not wait for us to find perfect solutions. It demands immediate actions, and this amendment provides that action. And I hope, therefore, that you will all support it this evening. Thank you.
McNaughton. Councillor Caldwell, you are seconding this. Are you reserving your right to speak?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Are there any speakers? No? Councillor Court. Councillor Court. Councillor Court.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm afraid yet again, I have to comment about the appropriateness of this amendment. The ideas, of course, about retrofitting are absolutely right. Retrofitting is one of the key projects that, as Councillor McNaughton said, is going to be needed to tackle climate change and indeed help address fuel poverty, which and it's one of the action plans, one of the key actions that need to be taken. But this amendment rather ignores the work that is already going on, both nationally, but in the region and in the council, and I think it also doesn't take account of the practicalities of what this type of programme would need to be about. Retrofit is actually extremely challenging. It's not actually easy often to get households to take up the offers, and the work can be intrusive. It's not always at the top of their priority list, unfortunately. Most importantly, it needs scale. One of the things which I've been most keen on in the work that I've been doing at the CA is to ensure that we do pick the low-hanging fruit if we can, but also we have an emphasis on both what works and what is the best way of tackling particular situations. Now, one of the problems with the proposition here is that it's a relatively small amount of money overall over a 3-year program, and the administration is going to be it's going to be quite complex. And to do these works, I mean, retrofitting isn't going to be the same in every house. It varies. Even with a row of similar houses, it will be different, and the schemes are therefore quite challenging and complex, and wouldn't be probably efficient at this scale if we can do something else. Now, the government has made an allocation of funding for local delivery partners, and we have an allocation, I think it's 875,000, and we're currently developing a proposal with Solihull Community Housing as to how our allocation can be best used and what are, for instance, are the worst performing properties. But more importantly, the WMCA is seeking substantial funding for a long-term coordinated retrofit programme, which, if successful, is unquestionably something we would want to be part of. And one of the proposals for the regional thing is a regional retrofit task force to work with stakeholders to unlock investment that could deliver energy efficient homes for up to nearly 290,000 homes, low carbon heating. You're looking at a very big price tag there, but you're looking also at enormous efficiencies of scale. I mean, this involves not just, retrofitting is an easy word, but it's as energy efficiency in terms of the envelope of a house. There's actually heating efficiency, there's solar, and then likewise this thing replicates itself in the commercial sphere. Now, all of this is being looked at. It's going to be one of the priorities of the 5-year plan for the WMCA, and tends to weld together individual actions to ensure a more efficient product at the end of it. Because, as I say, scaling up an efficiency standard of approach is key to success in this. So, I don't support this amendment. In fact, if someone had asked me what work we were doing, I could have explained this in more detail, and indeed we could probably have looked at what proposal we would want to do, because it's not the fact that the ideas aren't good here. It's not the best way of doing it. I mean, and it needs further work on it. But that's why I'd ask, as I did before, that quite honestly, that if the best thing to do is to withdraw this amendment, because it's not the best way of tackling this problem. In fact, it's an extremely inefficient way of tackling this problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Courts. Do we have any other speakers, please? Oh, did somebody wave a hand then? Oh, Councillor Fairburn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll be supporting this amendment as we as a council passed a motion to recognise the gravity of the climate change, and we called an emergency. And we haven't got a choice in this. We need to do everything. We can't afford to be saying it's too difficult or it'll be too expensive. This is the future for the next generations. It's on our watch, and we need to be taking action across the board. And you can't call an emergency and then not act as though it is one. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Fairburn. I don't see anyone else, so I'm moving on then and asking Councillor McNaughton.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I was just going to come in there. You didn't see my hand. Councillor De Sico.
Okay, Councillor De Sico then.
I just wanted to follow up Councillor Fairburn's point there. I don't think Councillor Courts was saying it was too difficult and we shouldn't do it. He was saying exactly the opposite. What we need is a coordinated strategy, which is fully costed and targeted to get the best efficiencies to do a scheme like this, which is horrendously complex. I've got some experience of this, and trying to take different properties and make them energy efficient and reduce people's bills and also improve their health. It's a lot better for people to live in properties that are appropriately heated. It does affect their health significantly, improves their health significantly. So it's something that I think we need to do. We're agreeing with the proposal to do more retrofitting and making properties energy efficient, but it needs to be more coordinated. We need to go away and think about it and plan it, not just have an amendment 48 hours before a budget meeting where we have to make decisions. So I think, yes, we support the principle, but not the amendment, because we don't believe it's the appropriate way to do it.
Thank you, Councillor De Sico. Right. I'm now going to go back then to Councillor McNaughton, who's moved this. Do you wish to say anything else at this time, Councillor McNaughton?
I'm happy to leave it to Councillor Caldwell a seconder.
I'm obliged, thank you. Councillor Caldwell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And before I start, I would just like to reflect that the tone of contributions to this amendment have been much more welcome. I think we were in danger of getting a little bit out of hand earlier before our little adjournment, and I'm glad that we've managed to all simmer down a bit. I'm very pleased about that. To the points that the leaders made, the reason we're bringing this amendment is because we don't necessarily agree, I think, that this is an either or question. If we're pulling down 875,000 of funding, I mean, that's not a huge amount either, to be honest. That's only a little bit more than what we're talking about in this amendment. Putting another 700,000 to that almost doubles it. And as I said, the scope of as Councillor McNaughton said, I helped him with what we spoke about. But as we said, that would also cover some small business premises as well as domestic premises, which is what I understand is the scope of the green, the GHD grant that has been identified in Cabinet. I do want to make clear that we weren't just talking about retrofitting. It's a property energy improvement scheme. So whilst that could mean deep or mid-level retrofitting, it could also mean as simple things as putting an EV charger on someone's drive. It could mean double glazing. It could mean soundproofing, which also has energy retentive properties, which would be of interest to, for instance, my residents in Castle Bromwich, who are directly under the flight path of the airport. So it's not always about big project. It's not always about massive investments. It's about step at a time, marginal gains, incremental benefits. Some of those are really cheap, but nevertheless, they're still out of the reach of a lot of our residents, particularly after the year that we've had. So I see that £700,000 which, as I say, we may discuss later what the funding for that might actually look like. That money can make a real difference, even though it's, you know, not pots and pots of cash like we might hope to be able to pull down through the combined authority. And I think Councillor Fairbairn's right. You know, this is a climate emergency. That's what we declared. As Councillor McNaughton said at the top of this, the Green Group feels 2041 is too late, and we need to be going as fast as we can, with as broad a brush as possible. This amendment just seeks to add a little bit of fuel to that fire that's pushing us along to get to the place that we need to be as quickly as possible. And for that reason, I commend it, and I will be asking you all to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caldwell. So again, I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to conduct a named vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So starting with Councillor Adeyemo.
Voting for the amendment.
Councillor Allen.
For.
Councillor Alsop.
Against.
Councillor Ashraf.
For.
Councillor Blunt.
Against.
Councillor Brain.
For the amendment.
Councillor Byrne.
For the amendment.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Buxton Sate.
For.
Councillor Caldwell.
For.
Councillor Cole.
For.
Councillor Courts.
Against.
Councillor Davis, Mr. Mayor.
Against.
Councillor De Sico.
Against in its current form.
Councillor Fairbairn.
For.
Councillor Gough.
Against.
Councillor Karen Grensel.
Against.
Councillor Robert Grensel.
Against.
Councillor Groom.
For.
Councillor Hamilton.
For.
Councillor Hawkins.
Against.
Councillor Andy Hodgson.
For.
For. Councillor Tim Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Hogarth.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Hollallen.
Against.
Councillor Holt.
Against.
Councillor Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Makovich.
Against.
Councillor McNaughton.
For.
Councillor McCarthy.
For.
Councillor McLaughlin.
For.
Councillor Meeson.
Against.
Councillor Nash. Are you there, Councillor Nash?
No, there she is.
We've lost Councillor Nash. Oh, I'll come back for Councillor Nash. Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Potts.
Against.
Councillor Keiss.
Against.
Councillor Ribeiro.
Against.
Councillor Richards.
Against.
Councillor Rolfe.
Against.
Councillor Ryan.
Against.
Councillor Dr. Sexton.
For.
Councillor Slater.
For.
Councillor Slay.
Against.
Councillor Catherine Thomas. Councillor Paul Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Tilsley.
Against.
Councillor Diswild.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
And I will come back to Councillor Nash.
For.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the amendment is lost.
Right, members, as you heard, the amendment is lost. So we now move on to the substantive motion. Are there any questions to this for Councillor Courts to respond to? I don't see any. No? Right, I shall move to the vote then. And again, I will ask the Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, Councillor Courts, would you like to come back at this stage as the proposer?
No, I don't think so. Let's go to the vote, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor
Mr.
Slay,
Mayor,
as the Councillor-
apologies, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to clarify: is this the chance for the group leaders to have their say on the substantive budget, or are we doing that after?
Now. Yes, if you wish to speak, now is the time.
Sorry, I misunderstood what the intentions were quite here. I did have a little something that I wanted to add to the debate before we moved on, if I may. But given the time we've already spent this evening debating motions and amendments that relate to this budget and the MTFS, I am minded to keep my comments brief. You'll be glad to hear. Firstly, I just wanted to extend my own thanks and that of my group to the officers and directors that have had to pull together this budget and MTFS in what must surely be the most trying circumstances. That this council as an organisation has been able to keep operating and producing vital work like this when faced with both the direct pressures of COVID, its complicating effects on how we work, and not to mention how we organise the biggest set of elections that we've seen in many years. I think that's truly worthy of tribute. Now, I think both the last 12 months and the immediate future ahead of us have been as unpredictable a time as I'm sure any of us can remember, and the challenges that this borough face as we look to build back better from the COVID pandemic are great. But I fear they will remain unmet after this evening. My first concern is in our revenue spending. This is set to decrease from 159 million last year to 150 million this year. That's a 6% drop in real terms. It's 3 million less than was predicted a year ago, and it's the last thing our borough needs at this time. And whilst there have been no new cuts demanded, the planned cuts from previous years remain in place. And at a time when commitment to public services, not their contraction, is what's called for after the biggest economic slump in 3 centuries, this is painful to see. And yet, despite this contraction, council tax would again rise under this budget. Despite the turmoil of the last 12 months, Sahelians would be asked to find another 3.49% more than they did last year, due to our, not least our government's kind invitation to the general public that they fund the response to the COVID pandemic, whilst simultaneously wasting billions in flawed contracts awarded to the democracy. Now, we know that council tax hits the poorest hardest. Even the Institute for Fiscal Studies acknowledges its inherent unfairness. Yet this administration continues to expect even the very worst off to find at least £150 of their council tax bill. Now, that's £150 too much for many residents, and we will always struggle to support any budget that is predicated on this demand remaining in place. Now, we have, nevertheless, this evening, attempted to amend this budget to make it more fit for purpose, to bring in just some of the initiatives that this borough is crying out for to start recovering from the COVID pandemic, countering the climate emergency, and making Solihull a viable place to live for all of our residents, not just those lucky enough to be able to afford a home in our out of control private marketplace. Those attempts have been rebuffed, but in a few short months, our residents will have quite an important choice to make as to whose vision they want to see enacted in this chamber. Do they want the status quo thinking of an administration whose responses are 11 years late and even more out of date? Or do they want the fresh approach of a Green Group whose innovation and awareness is so much more in tune with the public mood that even the Daily Express is calling for a Green Britain revolution? Thank you.
Councillor Caldwell, sorry, I was muted. Okay. Now we move to the, sorry? Oh, sorry, yes. It's getting late. Right, any more group leader speakers?
Yes.
Where are we? Oh, yes, Councillor Adeyemo, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I start, I have to say that I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues are dismayed that full council, which should be a democratic process, lowers itself to childish behaviour and name calling. As Liberal Democrats, we would much rather be a part of a council that is tolerant and respectful of others' opinions and allows everyone's voice to be heard. I shall now move on to the budget. Firstly, having participated in the budget strategy group and discussions in Cabinet about the budget setting process, I must first commend our excellent officers for the work they've done in putting it together. However, it's not up to officers to determine our priorities when setting a budget. That is the job of this council. My concerns about this budget are twofold. Firstly, I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues are concerned that we are asking the poorest in our society, who are already struggling with financial pressures due to COVID, and in some cases losing their jobs, to now pay more in council tax. That is simply not fair. We are concerned about the most vulnerable in our society. It's been a terrible time for everyone, but much more so for the least well off. In our opinion, we shouldn't be asking residents who are currently experiencing a great deal of hardship due to COVID, furlough, job losses, to now be paying increased council taxes. Secondly, fairness. How can it be fair to squeeze those least able to pay even more when we all know how much people are struggling? A few months ago, Liberal Democrat and Green Party members argued that there should be a full discount, i.e. zero council tax for the poorest in our society. Conservative councillors voted unanimously against that suggestion when we debated the council tax reduction scheme. We are now being asked to hike up council taxes by 3.49%.
Yes.
A proposal that will saddle the poorest in our society with more debt. It is simply not fair to put this extra burden on those who are least able to pay. To make matters worse, Solihull Council is spending a great deal of money chasing those very people for the council tax that they cannot afford to pay. How does that make sense? As I said before, at the time when this was debated, most of the current pressures currently faced by Solihull Council, massive rise in mental health problems, severe adult social care pressures, additional costs for delivering council services. These are all as a direct result of the COVID crisis. Lest we forget, Conservative Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he would do, and I quote, whatever is necessary to support local authorities in providing vital services throughout this coronavirus pandemic. Bearing that in mind, why did the leader and his Conservative colleagues reject out of hand my assertion that it is the government who should be paying for these extra pressures on Solihull Council? To me, and to all reasonable people, doing whatever is necessary means not burdening the poorest in Solihull with more council tax. We are currently facing an adult social care crisis, and pressures are bound to increase further due to COVID. We're also facing a mental health crisis, particularly amongst young people. How will we support all these people without extra government funding? It is obvious to anyone who bothers to look that the current situation where local authorities are responsible for funding adult social care is not fit for purpose. And we are calling for adult social care to be brought back under the NHS umbrella. In short, there are a lot of people who will need looking after when this pandemic has eased. How will Solihull Council do that without adequate funding from government? Finally, my predecessor, Councillor Glenys Slater, said in a speech to Council a couple of years ago that council tax is not a fair tax. We feel that Solihull Council should be petitioning government for a tax system that is fair for everyone. Raising council tax at this time and putting an increased burden on the good people of Solihull is not the answer. It is for this reason that I and my Liberal Democrats will be voting against these recommendations. I repeat, we should be going back to the Prime Minister and the Conservative government and asking them to make good on their promise, to do whatever is necessary to support local authorities in providing vital services throughout this coronavirus pandemic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Adeyemo. Right. Moving on then. So, Councillor Courts, did you want to come back at this time before I call Councillor Slade?
Yes, I'm just you know, just amazed by what I hear, really. You know, the attitude, the approach, the limited comments that were made by Councillor Adeyemo at Cabinet, I mean, were met by a response of mine that, you know, really a responsible administration has to stop whinging to government and get on with the job of looking after our people, and that is what we are doing. Our council tax was set this time is set at 3.5% because we think that's a fair balance to the increasing funding needs that we have, plus reflects the extent of the COVID crisis. And you know, most are going up by 5%, and we're one of the lowest council tax in the area. Not setting a council tax will not do anything other than affect our vulnerable people by not raising the money that we need to help them. Government has already put in 280 billion or something of support, and that is, you know, a massive amount of support. But of course, you'll pick holes all the time in it, and that really is the strategy. It's pick holes, but not actually come up with a proposition. And you know, Councillor Adeyemo, without a Conservative administration, there would be no council tax support scheme. What you did was to quibble over one aspect of it, which in fact, by not voting for it, if Conservatives had not pushed it through, there would not be support for tens of thousands of people. And that's a failure of your party to understand that situation. Now, you know, what this Conservative administration has done throughout this pandemic has been to supplement all the efforts of our government, which has actually done an excellent job. Its foresight in the vaccination program now means we're ahead of the whole of Europe, and that is the real way out of the pandemic. That foresight investment has actually set the seeds for hope in this crisis. But I'm surprised we haven't found something to criticise in that, because frankly, that is all I see coming from the opposition, criticism, when in fact what we are doing is getting on with the job with a stable finance base, a stable administration and a thorough action plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Courts. Councillor Slade, you have reserved your right.
Can I respond to that?
Why?
No, sorry, Councillor Adeyemo. You've had your speak. Councillor Slade, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify the point, because Councillor Adeyemo's words are fine, but it's purely the actions of his group and some of the other members of the opposition are not as responsible with their actions. The point the leader makes is very clear. We've been accused of not being able to analyse in the early debates. Well, let me tell you now, the Conservative group analysed all of these things, and they understood the consequences of not voting through the council tax reduction scheme. There would have been no council tax reduction scheme because there's a 12-week statutory consultation period. And we actually took the scheme to the Cabinet on the 2nd of February. So if we'd taken the line that Councillor Adeyemo and some of the Green Party took in voting against the council tax reduction scheme, there wouldn't be one. And those people now would have to pay full council tax. So your actions don't speak, your actions are clearer than your words, Councillor Adeyemo. We've taken a very responsible position with regard to preparation of this budget. We have statutory services to provide, and we've invested in those statutory services because there are thousands of people out there who need us to supply those services. Adult social care has had further investments. I remember a couple of years ago when I was leader, the Green Party voted against a budget for improvements in the funding of adult social care. And, you know, that's the sort of actions that we see from the opposition here. Whereas the Conservatives takes a responsible view, meeting up to their obligations. We have set a council tax, which is not at the maximum level, which was 4.99%. We've given great consideration to the ability of the people in this borough to be able to pay the council tax. And that's why we've gone to a very low figure of 3.49%. That is 1.99% on the base council tax. And we've taken 1.5% on adult social care, which we will invest in adult social care, because that's what we do. We deliver the services that people require. It's a very responsible budget. It's been thought through by this Conservative administration, and it's unfortunate if we were not to be in control, just exactly what the people of this borough may face going forward. So I fully commend the budget that's been presented tonight. It's an excellent budget. It's fully balanced, well thought through, and for the benefit of the people of this borough in supplying them with the services that they need and which we as a Conservative administration are absolutely committed to provide. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Slay. So I'm now proposing to move forward to the vote, and I'm going to ask, yet again, the monitoring officer to conduct that vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So starting with Councillor Adeyemo.
Can I just confirm which of the votes we're voting for, please?
So this is the vote on this substantive motion, which is set out. Let me just find the page number.
You vote.
Just because there are two names.
Yes, of course.
Well.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's to vote on the Cabinet's recommendations set out on pages 28 and 29 of the minute book. Would you like me to read it out, Mr. Mayor?
For clarity.
So the Cabinet's recommendation to Council: 1, to approve a budget for 2021-22 of 151.372 million, including the forecast balances on the budget strategy reserve set out in paragraph 3.6 of the Leaders' Report. 2, to approve the medium-term financial strategy for 2021-22 to 23-24 as updated by the Leaders' Report and the Corporate Capital Strategy, incorporating the Council strategy on the flexible use of capital receipts. 3, to approve the fees and charges proposed within each portfolio, which was Appendix D of the report of the Director of Resources and Deputy Chief Executive. 4, to approve the proposed carbon budget as outlined in paragraph 3.30 and detailed in the report of to the Budget Strategy Group attached at Appendix E of the report of the Director of Resources. 5, to approve an increase in the level of the General Council tax in 2021-22 of 1.99%. 6, to approve an increase in the adult social care precept in 21-22 of 1.50%. And 7, to approve a budget for the Council of 151.372 million for 21-22, funded by the council tax of £1,460.24, which is £1,313.60 for general council tax and £146.64 for adult social care. Now, those recommendations are set out in full on pages 28 and 29 of the minute book, and that's what you are now being asked to vote on.
Thank you, Deborah.
So if I could start with Councillor Adeyemo.
I shall be voting against.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Alsop.
For.
Councillor Ashraf.
Against.
Councillor Blunt.
For.
Councillor Brain.
Against.
Councillor Byrne.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Buxton Sate. Councillor Cordwell.
Against.
Councillor Cole.
Against.
Councillor Courts.
For.
Councillor Davis, Mr Mayor.
For.
Councillor De Sico.
For.
Councillor Fairburn.
Against.
Councillor Gough.
For.
Councillor Karen Grinsell.
For.
Councillor Robert Grinsell.
For.
Councillor Groom.
Against.
Councillor Hamilton.
Against.
Councillor Hawkins.
For.
Councillor Andy Hodgson.
Against.
Councillor Tim Hodgson.
Against.
Councillor Hogarth.
Definitely for.
Councillor Mrs Hall Allen.
For.
Councillor Holt.
For.
Councillor Howell. Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Makovich.
For.
Councillor McNaughton.
Against.
Councillor McCarthy.
Against.
McLaughlin.
Against.
Councillor Meeson.
For.
Councillor Nash. Councillor Nash, could you do your microphone, please?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Potts.
For.
Councillor Keiss.
For.
Councillor Ribeiro. Councillor Richards.
For.
Councillor Rolfe.
For.
Councillor Ryan.
For.
Councillor Dr Sexton.
Against.
Councillor Slater.
Against.
Councillor Slay.
For.
Councillor Catherine Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Paul Thomas. Councillor Tilsley.
For.
Councillor Mrs Wild.
For.
Councillor Williams.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
So, Mr Mayor, the motion is carried.
The motion is carried. So we move on, and it's item 10B on pages 145 to 149 of the minute book. And again, there will be a vote required. So I'm going to ask the leader to introduce the report regarding 10B. Councillor Court.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the formal calculation of the council tax levels at various bands, which, in addition to the council tax for Solihull, includes figures for the Police and Crime Commissioner, the Fire and Rescue Authority and parish precepts, and council is asked to approve the council tax amounts for 2021 to 2022.
Thank you for that, Councillor Courts. Do you have a seconder, please? Councillor Slay, thank you. Do you wish to reserve your right, Councillor Slay? Thank you. Any speakers, please? Right, I see none then. Does the leader come back?
Can do,
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Councillor Courts, do you wish to come back?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you, Councillor Slay.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. So again, we shall have the named vote.
So, Mr Mayor, for clarity, we're taking a vote on the adoption of the calculations and amounts of council tax for 21-22 as set out on pages 145 to 149 of the minute book.
That's correct.
Councillor Adeyemo, please.
Against.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Alsop.
For.
Councillor Ashraf.
Against.
Councillor Blunt.
For.
Councillor Brain.
Against.
Councillor Byrne.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Buxton Sate.
Against.
Councillor Cordwell.
Against.
Councillor Cole.
Against.
Councillor Courts.
For.
Councillor Davis, Mr Mayor.
For.
Councillor De Sico.
For.
Councillor Fairburn.
Against.
Councillor Gough. Councillor Karen Grinsell.
For.
Councillor Robert Grinsell.
For.
Councillor Groom.
Against.
Councillor Hamilton.
Against.
Councillor Hawkins.
For.
Councillor Andy Hodgson.
Against.
Councillor Tim Hodgson.
Against.
Councillor Hogarth.
For.
Councillor Mrs Hollallen.
For.
Councillor Holt.
For.
Councillor Howell.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Makovich.
For.
Norton.
Against.
Councillor McCarthy.
Against.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Against.
Councillor Meeson.
For.
Councillor Nash. Councillor Nash. Against, was that Councillor Nash?
Yeah.
Thank
Yes.
you. Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Potts.
For.
Councillor Keiss.
For.
Councillor Ribeiro.
For.
Councillor Richards.
For.
Councillor Rolfe.
For.
Councillor Ryan.
For.
Councillor Dr Sexton.
Against.
Councillor Slater.
Against.
Councillor Slay.
For.
Councillor Catherine Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Paul Thomas. Councillor Tilsley.
For.
Councillor Mrs Wild.
For.
Councillor Williams.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Mr Mayor, the motion is carried.
Thank you. Right, as you heard, that motion is carried. We now move on to agenda item 11, which is a recommendation from the Audit Committee, and it is on pages 151 to 184 of your agenda. Standing Order 14 applies. So the next item of business is to deal with a recommendation the Audit Committee of the 5th of January 2021, as set out in the Council summons, Minute 6, Treasury Management Strategy, 2021-22 and 2030 to 2030-31. Councillor Gough, please.
Mr Mayor, the Audit Committee recommend that full Council approve the Treasury and Management Strategy 2021-22 to 2030-31, which is in Appendix A, including the Debt and Investment Strategy and Treasury and Prudential Indicators. The authorised limit prudential indicator detailed within paragraph 3.2.2 of Appendix A. The further prudential indicators for 2021-22 to 2030-31 contained within the extracts from the corporate strategy 2021-22 to 2030-31, which is in Appendix B, and the minimum revenue provision policy statement contained within the extract of the corporate capital strategy 2021-22 to 2030-31, which is in Appendix B. I'll take any questions. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gough. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Courts is the seconding. You wish to reserve your right? Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Gough? Appears not. Right, it appears not. Okay. Do you wish to say anything else, Councillor Goff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Courts. Do you wish to say anything? As seconder?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move to the vote. A recommendation on page 151, is it? 151. Sorry? It isn't. Well, that's true. Okay, this item, as there aren't any speakers now, it doesn't appear to be contentious. So unless anyone disagrees, I'll take it that it's approved without the roll call.
Vote. Mayor.
Sorry?
Move the vote, Mr. Mayor.
Right, well, that's the whole point. There won't be one if everybody's happy.
Agreed. There's no issues from the Green Group side.
Move on.
No
Thank you.
objections, no issues
Thank
on
you.
the.
Thank you, everybody. Much appreciated. Agenda item 12. This is to do with questions from political group leaders. So, political group leaders, Councillor Caldwell.
Yes, please. So before I start, I should make clear that these were meant to be standing order 8 questions that we didn't quite get in for the deadline on Tuesday. So I am asking them on behalf of my councillors instead. If you would bear with me just a minute and I will find what I've done with them. Sorry, you've caught me on the hop there. That's my mistake.
Have you deleted them?
No, for some reason I thought we were doing the airport amendment before we were doing the standing order 5 questions. That's my mistake.
Mr. Mayor, if it helps, there's one to me, Councillor Wolf, which I've got in front of me.
Fantastic.
Yes. Okay.
You want me to just do the question and the answer, bearing in mind you're sneaking in the back door with this question anyway?
I've found the questions now.
I'll let you have your.
To be fair, I did circulate them in advance, so you'd know what we were going to say. I shall read this. This is kind of on behalf of Councillor Groom, who, had I got my act together, would have been asking this instead. So, there are reports from some parish councils that fly tipping in the north and the east of the borough is rising, and that some of the fly tipping is coming from Birmingham City Council areas where enforcement is considered more robust. Can the Cabinet member commit to enforcing the law against fly tipping and litter in the north and east of the borough, as we see in Solihull Town Centre?
Cabinet member.
Firstly, say the question as circulated only mentioned north of the borough, not and east, but I'm just being pedantic because
Beg your pardon.
I've gone past my bedtime and I just, quite frankly, I've just gone really. So, my response, the environmental science team investigate all fly tipping cases where there are lines of inquiry to follow, irrespective of their location within the borough. Where officers believe they can prove beyond all reasonable doubt that they have identified someone who has either breached their duty of care or carried out a fly tipping offence, they will issue a fixed penalty notice or submit a file for prosecution. So far, during the 2020-21 financial year, officers have issued 6 £400 fixed penalties for fly tipping offences, 5 of which have been paid and 1 remains outstanding. They have also submitted 1 file to our legal department for consideration for court action. In addition, a vehicle believed to be associated with fly tipping has been seized. However, legally, once the owner has come forward, we are required to return the vehicle. I would point out that nationally, nearly 1 million fly tipping cases were reported in the year 2019-20, which resulted in only 2,671 court fines and 75,400 fixed penalties being issued. Councillor Caldwell will be aware that we do have litter enforcement officers, and what we've been doing is targeting those hotspots across the borough. Recently, they've been patrolling the park parks in Solihull because those are the busiest places at the moment and that's where we're getting the issues. However, a few weeks ago, we did send them to Smithswood after we received complaints about increased littering around the college and at bus stops. Sorry, my cat's just decided to enter the screen as well, so just ignore her. We will continue to focus this resource when we get reports of repeated littering. So what I would say, and I'll probably be unpopular for this, but if any of you know of any particular hotspots in your wards, then please do report them. And we will use these officers to go out and do what we can to enforce these litters. If people see somebody who is enforcing it, then that might make them change their habits. But you do need to tell us where your hotspots are so that we can do that. That's me. Done.
Thank you. I mean, Mr. Mayor, would I be permitted to ask a quick follow-up in the style as if it was a Standing Order 8? I don't believe there's any specific restrictions on Standing Order 5 questioning.
I don't object to asking me a supplemental if you want to. So whether I can answer it or not is another matter entirely, but please do go ahead.
Well, Councillor Caldwell, it would be a Standing Order 8 question, and we've dealt with those. So I'll be obliged if you'll be satisfied with the question you've asked and that Councillor Mrs. Rolfe has replied to in full and glorious detail.
Well, if you want to me, then please do, and I will see what I can do.
That's it. Yes, if you could do that.
By all means, by all means.
Thank you, I'm obliged. Right, Councillor Adeyemo?
I shall pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 13 then. Oh, beg your pardon, Councillor Caldwell, you had 2 questions.
I did. Now I'm trying to lay my hands on the second question. So this was the question to the Cabinet Member for Environment and Highways. Apologies, I've mislaid the question again. It is late, isn't it?
It is.
Call time on him, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, with your permission, I'll take a response to that in writing. I know Councillor Hawkins has got the question in front of him as well, so in the interest of keeping things brief, I'd be happy to take an answer in writing on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This is terrible. I've been waiting for this since 8:05. I'll send it through to you.
Thank you.
Send it through. Thank you for that, Councillor Hawkins. Right, Councillor Mrs. Nash, please.
Hi, it was a question for Stephen Caldwell, actually, to inform him that everywhere you go, no matter where you live, there is fly tipping. Our officers do the best to come out and clear the matters up. At Kinghurst, we do a litter pick every week. We go around and we pick bags up and we remove the rubbish. And I'd just like to say, I haven't yet been to an area in the north or the south where you haven't seen a bag of rubbish. And I just think it's something that is going to be hard to sort out. But I was sorry, this was for Councillor Ralph and to answer what Stephen Caldwell was saying. And obviously, I don't know if ever they do a litter pick, but you know, we do in Kinghurst, and it is always in the same places, the alleyways or through to the back of where there's openings. So, Stephen, I think, you know, we're all in the same boat about litter picking, but, you know, we can only hope that people have more respect in the future.
Well, let's hope so. Thank you for that. Moving swiftly on, if I may, please, to agenda item. That's all right, Councillor Mrs. Nash. Chief Executive, urgent matters.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, no urgent matters from me. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Agenda item 14. We've dealt with Standing Order 8 in the one question we had this evening. So we're now moving on to agenda item 15, which is a recommendation from the Cabinet in regards to Birmingham Airport, pages 185 to 188. The next item of business is to deal with a recommendation from Cabinet, page 185 of the minute book. As members will be aware, the report before members is in two parts. One in public, which includes the Cabinet recommendation, and the private report, which sets out the financial context of the recommendation. If members wish to discuss the private report, we will need to move into private session. Once that discussion has taken place, we will then move back into public session, and members of the public who may be watching can join the meeting again via YouTube. Councillor Courts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I refer to page 185 to 187, which sets out the background to this, that the 7 West Midlands authorities own 49% of the airport and vote in one block at meetings, and we have a percentage, 3.75% of the airport ordinary shares. Now, Birmingham Airport plays a very significant role in the regional economy, providing not just air connectivity, which is vital for trade, but also investment and tourism opportunities. Now, you know, the net economic impact is reckoned to be supporting nearly 30,900 jobs in the region, and has a GVA on the West Midlands of 1.5 billion. Now, the pandemic has led, as we all know, to the worst decline in traffic and income in the airport's history. Indeed, it's the same situation it's facing so many airports. The airport has external debt facilities, and but the airport's actual proactive reduction in cash flows means that it forecasts to retain a satisfactory cash balance, but this will not comply with the June 21 covenant unless passenger volumes and revenues recover. And the proposition here is to recommend that the council approves a loan facility to the airport on commercial terms up to a value of £3.7 million, which in accordance with the council's treasury management strategy. Now, it's a very difficult situation with this because the terms of this loan and the more detail of it, I need to refer to the private section. So I'm assuming members will wish to go into the private section at the moment in order to discuss this further. But could I ask Mr. Mayor what for you to take a view?
That's the Courts. So that is my my next question to members. Do members wish to go into private to discuss that section, which is in the book tonight, and you will have read it and seen it? Do you wish to go into private?
Mr. Mayor, if I may make a suggestion, it's Councillor Caldwell.
It is.
When we discussed this in Cabinet, we had a discussion on the public papers first before then moving into private. And I think that's really important this evening. All the group leaders will have received representations from Friends of the Earth that ask some questions. And I think that the viewing public have a right to understand at least some of what this proposal entails in the public session before we then go into private session to discuss any specifics around the financial arrangements. So I think we should do both, please.
Thank you for that, Councillor Caldwell. So at the moment, we are still in the public part of it. And are there any questions? Councillor Courts.
Mr. Mayor, there's reference to Friends of the Earth letter. I wasn't aware that had been sent widely, but I'm quite happy to respond to that if such would be of interest. I think it might be helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, and I intend to, I think what I'm going to best do, if you permit me, is to just read what I will be responding to that letter. Elements of the report do need to be considered in private because the loan is a commercial transaction with the airport, which is also being considered by its private shareholders. However, all 51 councillors are going to be able to see the terms and condition of the loan before voting on the paper. As major shareholders of Birmingham Airport, the West Midlands local authorities are able to play an active role in how the airport is operated, including how environmental matters are considered, and key actions and statistics I'm going to set out below. Birmingham Airport has strong environmental credentials that have been influenced by this council through the Section 106 agreement associated with the planning permission for the runway extension that was built some years ago. This commits Birmingham Airport to a very comprehensive package of environmental mitigation, community improvement and societal obligations. And this includes local actions such as tree planting, noise reductions and modal share targets aimed at reducing the traffic operating to and from the airport. The airport has recently voluntarily stretched its ambition for sustainability further and set out a new sustainability strategy in 2019, which includes a net zero target of 2033. And this is ahead of many other airports in the UK and businesses within the region. Since 1993, the number of people significantly affected by aircraft noise has reduced by 65% despite the increase in traffic levels. The airport has reduced its own carbon emissions by 40% since 2013. In December 2019, the airport replaced all diesel buses serving its car park with new electric buses and is developing a strategy to achieve its net zero target. The airport has the most stringent night flying policy of any UK airport. And the policy has been developed in accordance with and is supported by local community leaders. Now, the airport is valued and perceived positively by local stakeholders, with 92% of the Airport Consultative Committee having a positive view of the airport, and that includes communities adversely affected by noise. Now, the airport is an active member of Sustainable Aviation, which is committed to decarbonising flying, and through this is working with a newly established Jet Zero Council to address aviation decarbonisation. But its view is that this needs to be solved at a national or indeed at an international level, and any local restrictions such as ATM limits will only hinder the ability for Birmingham Airport to recover, prosper and be able to invest to deliver its sustainability objectives and the substantial economic benefits it generates for the region. Pre-pandemic, the airport created substantial employment and economic activity for the region, and its net economic impact was estimated as just over 1.5 billion GVA and 30,900 jobs. I've only got 3 more paragraphs. The airport operates a community trust fund, and the latest round of awards in March 2021 made grants, I think it's last year actually, made grants of more than 43,000 to over 20 local projects, many of which are working to support the impacts of COVID-19. So in total, with 1.6 million has been invested in over 800 local projects. The airport is committed to building back better and working with communities to maximise the local benefits the airport provides to the region, whilst investing to reduce its impact on the global environment. If the local authorities do not provide a loan to Birmingham Airport to help it to recover from the COVID pandemic, it is highly likely that the private sector will limit the level of influence that the council and other councils would have over its operations, and environmental plans would be diluted, which would not be good for the region. I hope that's helpful, Mr. Mayor. It explains certainly on the environmental side one of the reasons why we strongly believe that this should be supported.
Thank you, Councillor Courts. I think that was a worthwhile exercise. All right, anybody speaking? Anyone want to speak? Councillor Caldwell. Councillor McCall. Councillor McLaughlin?
Sorry, I didn't-
Sorry, Councillor Caldwell. I think you're not switched on.
You need to unmute. I thought it
I
was
do need to unmute. So we can all do this, can't we? Sorry, I was just saying that Councillor McLaughlin had indicated before I had, so I was happy to go after him. We'll get there eventually.
Right, okay. Councillor McLaughlin then, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief, understanding everything that's gone on. I'm also going to try and put this in a more conciliatory tone, because I realise, you know, this isn't good viewing for the officers who put a lot of hard work and effort into these meetings. I want to obviously thank them as well. But I do want to draw attention to two elements of this. One is the November meeting of the audit committee, where the external auditors have explained that valuing an airport at the moment is an impossibility. And so obviously, in terms of the risk associated in that form of lending, it would be a concern. That's something that's in the public domain. Obviously, that was what I asked in the public domain, and that was the answer that I received in the public domain at that meeting. And so I think that's very much pertinent to this. I think just wanted to draw attention to some of the points that were made earlier. You know, in terms of going, we were saying we shouldn't go whining to government. I don't think that I wouldn't put any industry in that kind of label, but it really is the responsibility of local government in these elements. And finally, just the point that it's not the buses or the energy use of the buildings at an airport that are doing the damage to the climate. It's the aircraft that take off from there. That's the key point. I want to make sure that we preserve jobs, and we look at how do we make the borough as good as possible to live in for everybody. I think that we have to look very carefully at whether things which are environmentally damaging or degrading are where our funds should be going. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Caldwell, please.
No, he's back. You can't get rid of me that easily. Sorry. Yes, just wanted to echo a lot of what Councillor McLaughlin said, but also just pick up on a couple of points that were made earlier around the aviation industry. I spent 7 years at Airbus, and I worked on type certification on A350 and A380. So I've got a bit of a lingering interest in the industry. And I understand the challenges that it faces in the longer term. And they're really significant. Passenger aviation numbers are growing twice as fast as the industry's ability to find CO2 emissions reductions. And I know we spoke at Cabinet about electric planes and when they might be coming into service. And yeah, for very short hops, that could be quite soon. But for medium and long haul flights, the technology is nowhere near ready. And we need to sort of bear in mind what was said earlier about how the lifetime of a passenger jet is in the order of decades, and they're all bought and financed, and they're not just going to get scrapped out of the sky because available. I think Councillor McLaughlin mentioned this earlier. They're going to be around for a really long time. So we should be clear in public, I think, about what making or indeed not making this loan actually means. It wouldn't necessarily mean the loss of a single job if we didn't make this loan. You know, we're going to clarify all this in private, along with what some of the other council's intentions are. But the question I think that we need to consider is that's £3.75 million that we could use for catalytic effects in a great many ways. We don't automatically have to be giving it to the airport when they do have other options available to them. So, like I say, a lot of this will need to sort of get into the details of in private. But the last thing I would say is that there are lots of concomitant impacts around incentivizing an airport to get back to its pre-COVID levels, not just around carbon emissions, but it's also around nitrous oxide emissions from cars and congestion from people traveling to that airport. And also for me as a Castle Bromwich councillor, I know that my residents have enjoyed close to a year of not being overflown at anything like the frequency that they have been. And I'm really looking forward to sitting in the Hall Gardens this summer and not watching the A380s go over. So, and long may that continue. So I think we need to think really carefully about what sort of message we set as a council when it comes to incentivising airports to get back to their previous performance levels. I think that's a really difficult question when we've also been talking about a net zero action plan. Thank you.
Sorry. We've had him, haven't we? Yeah. Is Councillor Butler next?
Mr. Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I'm really not sure. I'm not sure whether that's a mixture of questions, but if we're having, I assumed we'd go into private section.
Yes.
But so, you know, am I going to be invited to come back or?
Yes, you will be.
Okay.
Councillor Butler and then Councillor Slay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Caldwell, I think I can just trump you on the aviation experience. I've got about 20 years on the ground and in the air. And it's interesting what you say about old aircraft. There aren't that many old aircraft around now. You know, when you look at the long-haul carriers, British Airways and Atlantic are using A350, 787s, even Ryanair are using far more aircraft now. But I think what we have to think about is that Birmingham Airport is crucial. It's part of our fabric, our local economy, our infrastructure. And it directly employs, what, about 7,000 people. So that's 7,000 people that are dependent upon its existence. Now, I know that some groups here aren't exactly that keen on air travel and believe that airline subsidies should be removed. And this in light of the fact that airlines and airports and the travel industry as a whole is crippled by COVID. So that's going to further endanger livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of people and their families. They've also suggested that people travelling by air should be hit by a tax if they fly more than once, which will create division. That means that the wealthy will be able to travel and the poorer won't be able to travel. You know, families unable to have their holiday because of a tax. And I can bet that just about every family in Solihull is craving a summer holiday now with some guaranteed sunshine. I think we should be working together to support the airport and to allow people to travel. It's their right and it's their privilege to do so. And to further enable this, we should support and work with airports, airlines, engine manufacturers to improve their already ambitious targets of achieving those net zero emissions. We should have an ethos of support and develop and facilitate rather than restrict, deny and punish. And I hope you and I will endorse and support such an important local entity, and by doing so will support the employees of that entity, of which there are many thousands. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I keep forgetting my mute button tonight. Probably a bit late now. Councillor Slay, I hope you're not going to top anybody by saying you've flown in a SOP with Camel or anything.
No, Mr. Mayor, but I do live next door to the airport. In fact, I can see the runway from my office in which I'm in now. And I do support some of the things that Councillor Butler has just said. In better days, the airport has sustained many thousands of jobs in this borough, and I'm sure the leader will agree with me. It's a great asset in the sense it has been able to provide employment for those people during better times. Just on the issue with regard to the sustainability strategy for the airport, I am on the Airport Consultative Committee. I've been on it as long as I can remember. I was on it when I was a parish councillor from the early 90s. And we worked with the airport to improve the environmental conditions for those communities around this airport for many, many, many years. We've supported the airport in driving out the old aircraft that we used to have. And I can remember the BAC 111s going out. I can actually even remember the old Comets going out.
Yeah.
Equally, at this point in time, we get the airport encourage the highest quality technology and the newest technology in the aircraft that use the airport, i.e. mainly Chapter 4. We've got one of the best nighttime night flying policies, if not the best, in the country. We've driven down the DBA ratings of the aircraft over many years, and the airport supports us in that. We've driven down the ATM headroom so that we don't get more aircraft than we think is necessary to sustain the economy of the airport during the nighttime period. And we work with the airport constantly to improve the environmental conditions of those communities, including mine, which sit right next to the airport, or even we are the communities who surround the airport. Aviation does have a history, although I'm sure Councillor Caldwell may not agree, of actually leading us out of recession. That has been the case for many, many years, over many occasions, not least the airports themselves, but obviously the companies who provide the technologies. And again, only about a quarter of a mile away from where I'm sitting now, we have Rolls-Royce Aero Engines, who actually are there employing nearly 1,500 high-quality engineers. So the aviation industry itself has a massive part to play. I acknowledge, I don't disagree, that the aviation industry does have to do something as the future goes on, but it'll be driven by technological innovation, and that's really what we should recognise. This, to me, I will support this recommendation for this loan, because at the end of the day, I want to see the airport in a good condition to be able to return to the growth it was previously enjoying, and to support those 30,000 plus jobs in the West Midlands and the £1.5 billion to the West Midlands economy. To me, that's what this is all about. If we don't hold on to the airport, then basically we lose our influence on many of the things that we've gained over the years. So I would totally support this, and I hope that other members will do so when we get to the actual vote. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been my privilege to represent this authority on the airport board for the last 21 years. And I have to advise members that the airport is a very responsible body, and over the years has taken all positive steps to try and make its feeling in the local area as comfortable as it can, bearing in mind the disadvantages there are of having an airport and the aircraft line. And like Councillor Caldwell, I mean, I must admit, you know, I miss the aircraft flying over Castle Bromwich, because some people are interested in the aircraft and some aren't. But I think the main point of all this is this loan is necessary to protect the covenant on the loans that the airport has got. I mean, the airport liquidity is okay because of the money it borrows, but it needs to protect itself from that covenant. I mean, the point has been made by other speakers about the contribution that this airport makes to not only our local area in Solihull, but there are a lot of jobs that have been created that serve the residents that we represent in Solihull as well. And it's regretful, because of COVID, we've seen something like a 43% reduction in staffing levels at the airport, which seriously affects some of our residents by virtue of the fact that the employment situation, because the airport finds itself in the unfortunate condition it is through COVID. I think it's important that we recognise, as has been said by other speakers, the importance of the airport to the region, to Solihull as a whole, the jobs it protects. And I think at the end of the day, we have to recognise the fact, if this country is going to come out of COVID and we're going to build an economic future, one of the things that we're going to have to rely upon is international travel, and that must be done through our own airport. The last thing we need is to lose our airport, because what that will result in people going either to Heathrow or to Manchester, which environmentally would be even worse as well. So I'm happy to support this. As I said, it's been my privilege to be a member of the airport board representing this authority, and I think it is important to recognise that if we as local authorities don't continue to support our airport, the private sector will then get involved, and then I think that would be all more difficult for us to recognise the responsibility we've got to try and protect that airport in the best interest of everyone concerned. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Richards. Councillor Diane Howell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too represent a community that lives close to the airport, and I live under the flight path of the airport. So under normal circumstances, I have those lovely big A380s flying over my house. But I have to say that the airport's community liaison team are excellent. They maintain really strong links with affected communities, and they really do try and mitigate the effects as far as possible. We all know that the airport is a major local and regional employer. It supports directly and indirectly over 30,000 jobs across our whole region. So it's absolutely critical that this country's economy does bounce back from the COVID pandemic and that our aviation industry does recover. But as Councillor Caldwell said, okay, this loan is not just about securing jobs. I do accept that, but I'd like to take up the points that Councillor Slate and Councillor Courts have made. The important thing about the issue of this loan and what the council should do is maintaining influence over the airport. The airport have got a very strong environmental sustainability strategy. If we as a council are also serious about tackling climate, we need to be maintaining the level of influence that we have over the airport so that we can work further develop that. As Councillors Courts don't, there is a danger that we will lose that level of influence. And finally, the last point I'd like to make is that aviation is an international industry. If we are concerned about the effects of aviation on climate change, I'm afraid it's going to need international solutions. All we're going to do if we quash Birmingham Airport's growth locally is that once the demand for air travel does return after COVID, which I'm sure it will, our residents are just going to jump in their cars, drive to Manchester Airport, drive to Heathrow Airport, and jobs will be lost locally. So that's why I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Grinsell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose I should declare, first of all, that I am a member of the Birmingham Airport Trust Fund, Charitable Trust. And just to reinforce what Councillor Court said, earlier this month, the Trust Fund donated £55,000 to affected communities and charities within the flight path of the airport, and much of that was here in Solihull, particularly in the north of the borough. My second declaration is that many of you know I have been a travel agent for 50 years. One of my first jobs was a rep at the old Birmingham Elmsden Airport. So I've seen everything happen for a long period of time. And I would suggest that the 30,900 jobs is actually a bit like it's a drop in the ocean. There's so many further jobs. I am a member of a consortium of West Midlands travel agents that of 70 members, 70 travel agencies. They employ over 200 members of staff and turnover in excess of £2 million within that consortium. Those are not included in that grouping, I'm sure. They have suffered during this pandemic. My own business has gone from £1 million turnover, and in the last 12 months it is zero. Nevertheless, we are still trading and we are doing forward business, but not until 2023 even. And 80% of the members of that consortium want or book their passengers via Birmingham Airport. Councillor Howell's absolutely correct, and so is Councillor Richards, that if we do not support this, the travelling public won't stop travelling. They'll travel to Manchester, to Bristol, to Cardiff, to London Heathrow and London Gatwick, et al. We will lose the routes that provide economic benefits to the West Midlands, and we will increase the carbon footprint from everybody travelling to other airports. Thank you.
So, Councillor Dr. Sexton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's interesting that we're having this discussion because I'd just like to circle back to the way we started this meeting. We're talking about the climate emergency and the CEE bill. And at the time, everyone was saying, you know, how very much we care about all of these things and that we're doing this. We're really addressing the climate emergency. And I mentioned that I was concerned that there was a lot of special pleading going on when it came to carbon emissions. And I think this is where we can really see some of that special pleading, because I think some of the members opposite, feelings about aviation are becoming very evident. Now, I recognise that there is an issue around jobs, and I recognise that that's something that we do need to address. But this idea that technology will save us and that we can just carry on as normal because technology will come to the rescue, I'm afraid that's just not the case. I have a close friend who is Professor of Aviation and the Environment at a UK university, and I had a long conversation about this. Short haul flights, we may be able to reach carbon neutral soon, but for medium term, we don't even have the technology for that at the moment. Term is generations away. This is not around the corner by any stretch of the imagination. So we need to stop imagining that technology will come to the rescue here, because we're looking a long way off. When we talk about a sustainability strategy, that's looking at the peripherals around the edge of the airport. We're not looking at the bulk of the carbon emissions, which actually come from the aircraft themselves. Now, in the Greens, we're not suggesting that people shouldn't fly. We recognise that there's a place for international travel, and we're not for a second trying to stop people from flying altogether. But we do need to come to a situation where we fly less. And if our economy is so dependent on the airport that everything will fall apart without it, as some members have suggested, that our region will be destitute if the airport doesn't return to normal, this is a serious problem. This is a problem that we urgently need to be addressing. And if we're not actively doing that, if we're falling back on this special pleading and saying, but it's important because jobs, that's not consistent with the climate emergency. That's not consistent with taking climate change seriously. And there's no way that we can make the claim that we're serious about that. Thank you.
Councillor De Sico, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also, as well as Councillor Slay, on the Airport Consultative Committee, and I live on the flight path from Birmingham Airport, and it's been a lot quieter over the last year. Not many planes. But I realise that's not a sustainable, use a choice of words, position for the region, because we do depend on the airport and the benefit to the local economy that it brings in. We've already talked about the direct jobs there, but also the many thousands of indirect jobs that it supports by making the West Midlands an attractive place in which to invest. Now, Councillor Caldwell was talking earlier about this wonderful green revolution that would happen in Solihull if the Conservatives were replaced by the Green Party. Well, as a resident of Solihull, I'm not convinced. I want to see effective action on climate change, and that's why we've got a climate change prospectus in Solihull, and they're doing an excellent job. But I also don't want to see our economy trashed by getting rid of the airport, for instance, and closing down half of our manufacturing industry. And that's what I feel that is the end result of the policies that the local Green Party and the National Green Party are actually espousing. I can't sign on to that. I think the airport is vital to the West Midlands region, and I do not want to see it closed. I will vote for the loan for the airport because I think it's the right thing to do.
Final speaker, Andy Makovich. Councillor Makovich.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I shall be brief. It's worth just recapping. I think everyone in this chamber and every politician recognises the need for action on climate change. But we should remind people that the airline industry is international. And unless we have consensus along the international community, sacrificing 30,000 jobs for ideological reasons is morally wrong. We've got to look at the facts. We know that Extinction Rebellion, Greenpeace, and the Green Party are against economic growth and they are against air travel and airports. That is what their policy is. And if you look at the records, you can and their response is, oh, we can have green jobs. But where will the green jobs come from if you don't empower the existing industry? And green jobs just don't appear. They appear through steady economic growth, incentivizing, and a proper incentivizing taxation system. Their policy will be high taxation, drive out the rich, make the middle class pay, and trash and then trash the jobs. I think I'm quite happy to defend this record that we will support airports, we will support the jobs, we will support people in the borough, and the Green Party just want to put 7,000 employees of the airport out of work, and that's what they want to do, and that's their policy. It always has been. And just to reply to Councillor Sexton, I'm a chemical engineer. I sit on a national chemical engineering panel. We will have technology will come faster than she thinks. Hydrogen technology is there, and you could potentially retrofit existing jets to run on hydrogen. So it's all coming, and we don't want to preempt this by sacrificing 30,000 jobs in the West Midlands for some ideological angst against air travel. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Makovich. You are the last speaker. Do members still wish to go into private? Wave your hands if you do.
Mr. Mayor, I thought you said I'd be able to come back.
Yes, after we've done the I can come back now. Okay, apparently so. My apologies, Councillor Court.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I put my hand up. I don't know if you brought that. Could I just jump in before the leader responds?
If you're quick, Councillor Tim, yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, just wanted to come in on this. I hadn't been intending to speak, but just having heard some of the contributions from the Conservative group, it does concern me the picture they're trying to paint of my party, because we're not anti-travel, far from it. We recognise that there will be international travel again once we come out of the current crisis. What we're serious about is tackling the climate and ecological emergency that I talked about earlier on when I put forward my motion. And I'm concerned, certainly, to give away an unconditional loan. I would prefer it if actually we as a council were saying any payback we get from this goes towards carbon offsetting. And that goes back to what we actually proposed a bit earlier on in the meeting when we put forward a budget amendment. So I think we're being misrepresented here. We certainly support jobs, we support the region, and I do think that it would be wrong just to say we'll give this up and we're not going to ask for anything in return. I would point out as well, Dudley Council, I understand, has not provided any support to the airport, and that is a Conservative run authority. So just to put that on the record. Thank you.
Councillor Courts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we've had some good arguments come over. And just in response to Councillor Hodgson, I think it's not a matter of misrepresentation. I think it's very clear from the statements that are being made as to the real difference in approach between this administration and indeed the approach of Conservatives who wish to transform our economy, tackle the problems of climate change, create green and sustainable jobs by a wide programme of activities which is being planned regionally and also by Solihull, and, you know, support our airport and the 30,000 jobs that it has. And just a point of information, Councillor Sexton, I think if you do your homework on Birmingham Airport, you'll find short haul flights is the mainstay of that airport. So not only is it probably going to be one of the, people wanting holidays is likely to come back very quickly, but by the sounds of it, it's probably they can have even better opportunities to demonstrate their green credentials. It's between our approach and, frankly, we have heard here members who are happy to see the decline of the airport, happy to put at risk 30,000 jobs. One of our major employers, the opposition party, for all their credentials, are happy to put that at risk. And for what? To see the business go to Manchester, Heathrow, see aviation flee this country. I think the choice, frankly, here is quite stark. And all I would say is the airport is not the only major industry that we have in this area. Watch out other industries for what the Green Party are going to do if ever they had any risk of taking control of this council.
I'm now moving on because it's quite late and one or two people I think are losing the will to live. We're now going into private, and I would say to the public who may still be watching that we will, once we've finished the private debate, we will be coming back into public if you wanted to stand by. So I beg to move that the press and public now be excluded from the meeting for the remainder of the business to be transacted on the grounds that there will be disclosure to them of exempt information as defined in the Local Government Act 1972. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? The motion is carried. We shall wait for a few moments while the stream is turned